Hi everyone, and welcome to the UX Time conference. My name is Svet, and I'm the host of the UX Time podcast and the UX Time conference. I hope you will enjoy the talks from our incredible speakers. We'll start in 1 minute, right after a few words from our awesome partners. Have a great time.
Hi everyone. I'm really excited to be here as a partner of UX Time conference. My name is Oleg, and I am co-founder and CEO at TechMagic, Magic Fuse, and Magic Flags. I founded TechMagic over 10 years ago, and since then, we have grown to a team of more than 400 talented professionals. We have had the honor to work with amazing clients like Four Seasons, CyberArk, Elements.cloud, and many others. As our expertise grew, we founded Magic Fuse, a brand focusing on Salesforce development, and Magic Flags, with a focus on product design, with an emphasis on usability and accessibility. Over the years, I learned a lot about the power of knowledge sharing. This is the only way to move the industry forward and develop groundbreaking solutions. Conferences like this are an excellent opportunity to gather around a common passion. We have the chance to learn from the best in the field, and I truly believe that's where the magic happens. And TechMagic is always here to support your business with our technical expertise. IT consultancy, custom development, artificial intelligence, security, Salesforce, just name it. We cover it all. But enough about us. Today is all about design. Now, let's hear from the speakers. Let's get started.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for having me on the UX Time conference. It's a pleasure. My name is Raquel Pereira, and today I'll walk you through on why design systems might often fail to scale and how we can turn frustration into real adoption. So I think in a parallel life, I might be Linda from Bob's Burger, but I'm just messing with you. In this reality, I'm a designer based in Portugal. I've been designing for about 8 years, advocating for good design practices for free, being participating in Friends of Figma Portugal, into Design System Portugal, and doing a live stream here and there, and teaching for about design systems more or less for 2 years. I'm someone who's passionate about quality, collaboration, and yes, I'm a cat lady. Also pixel perfect, but most importantly, a cat lady. Regarding design systems, I work in national to global scale. I work in different business areas like marketplace, fintech, automotive, and telco, and also single or multi-brand design systems as well. So one of the things that I found on the content, usually online, is that it's not all of it, but often when people talk about design system, they think right away about tokens, design tokens, or components, and all that geeky stuff. But design systems, they're not just about that at all, especially if you recognize the importance of design operations, you understand how processes are important and how they can impact the company and the products and how they could spare bazillion problems with better process and time is money and stuff like that. And the design system for me, they're like living organisms that impact a lot design operations. They need to grow a lot based on the company needs, on the product needs. They need to drastically adapt and following up market trends, but also making sure that people can still use it without being too intimidating. And they also shape how basically people work across the entire organization together. So this really connects people inside of organizations without that extra effort. And so what we see depends on where we stand. So perspective shapes perceptions. And so at first glance, this image, you may see maybe a rabbit, but if you look again, you can also see a duck. And what's fascinating about that is that both views are valid. And I think that could be something that design systems might be seen organizations. So in one hand, like the rabbits, maintainers see future rich, well documented, super trendy design systems, super easy to use, well made. But sometimes teams, and this is quite often the scenario, especially on big organizations, because often the design maturity is not that high, or the comfortable with Figma is still not that high, because Figma launches a bunch of things, and I'm assuming that most of you now use Figma. I use Figma a lot, that's why I'm giving as an example. And some designers might not keep up. And so they often feel and see it in a different way. They see design systems as very complex stuff. They often need to detach because they don't know how to reach out to what they want, or they're just like indifferent. Or the most fascinating one that often occurs is that they think they know what the design system is, and when you ask them to explain, they're not explaining that at all, so it's quite interesting. They think they're just a Figma library or just a code framework. They don't understand the whole picture of the design system, and they just get really calm. Like, yeah, I know what a design system is, and then in practices they actually don't. So if you think about design systems, accessibility, and even usability challenge itself, they can all look widely different depending on your role, depending on your experience and your team goals. So understanding perspective, it's really critical because of that. And here's where things often fall apart. So the designer system maintainers want to build something that is scalable, that is compliant, that is working super well, super fast. But then on the other side, developers or designers from teams work under pressure, and they feel disconnected. They have a lot of roadblocks because they don't quite understand how they can reach to their custom need. They feel super trendy, but they don't have any idea what it is and how to use it. And instead of this solving problems, design systems sometimes even create more work, which is ironic. And when those reality clash, design systems are adopted, they're bypassed. And so to scale adoption, we need to stop seeing just one side, to be humble and to understand, okay, I need to understand how the experience is on the other side. You need to see and to start thinking on the both sides of the situation. And so let's see some of the situations that I think might cause this tension. Some components might be inflexible, especially when you go on code. Like you create this super cool, fancy stuff, like a very complex step form, but then it doesn't even do the essential. And people be like, okay, I'm just going to create my own, for instance. Figma libraries in particular, they might be overly complex because it's quite natural that maintainers want to, keep up with all the Figma features, and they want to implement everything at the same time, and they don't adjust how designers eventually gonna use them and how they're gonna use them. Because if you propose a lot of component properties with nested instance to someone that doesn't even know how to use auto layout or what auto layout is, then it could be tricky, for them to understand what you're planning for them to use. Often, sometimes code and design don't match, which is a big pain. So code should be an extension of the design and vice versa. They should belong in the same universe, and sometimes they're just way different because process, because maturity, because lack of knowledge of making this bridge happening. a lot of motives, and this might create a lot of confusions when designers and developers are making the handoff. Documentation, it's quite interesting, but it's confusing, it's really heavy, or the most obvious stuff are missing because design system maintainers quite get it, excited, and they start to read a Bible and only then know where they find which thing and what. And that's not the goal. You want to create something that others, in less than 1 minute, hopefully, find what they need. Or, at least 5 minutes, like, at least. And sometimes that doesn't happen at all. And so people might give up, they might find, but they find the wrong thing, or they just give up and ask for help. Often, sometimes there's no onboarding experience, like people don't even have a place or a time to get to know first the design system, how it's organized, who's the ones that keep it, when and how they should reach out in case of need. Sometimes they don't even have a support system as well. Or, they might be, but it's, fake. Like you send an email and you get ghosted because no one answers. Or you create a ticket and only 6 months after people react to your request and that's not longer needed. Or sometimes it's not even something that is on the pipeline. Like there's not even a strategy for adoption because they think, no, yeah, people are just going to use it. We don't need to do anything else. They just grab it and that's it, right? And so often design system maintainers lack a lot of empathy, in my opinion, and contributors feel like sometimes especially when we create this culture of, and you can even collaborate, you can, instead of asking us, you can do your own and send this to us. They feel like, I think you're asking too much because I'm asking for your help and vice versa, you're asking me for stuff. So I've seen this also happening. And so contribution for me, it's a bit ambitious to work with. And there's a lot of motives besides this ones, but this is the ones that I can highlight, for instance. And so how can we fix this? I've learned some 4 principles to guide on this approach. They're not like the Bible. They're just some thoughts and some ideas that I had just to give you today. And we're gonna walk through of each of them and try to understand them. So, understand realities. To drive adoption, you first need to understand what teams you are dealing with. So you need to understand the environment that you're designing for. You need to understand the minimum of the business reality, the lingo, the glossary. You need to understand what are the products, what they are looking for. Because you might build an amazing design system, like super fancy with all the component specs, everything good to go, but you're using your own glossary and no one knows exactly what you're thinking, or you're not even adjusting to the reality of your products. And your users, designers and developers, they are juggling tight with releases deadlines, or even working with ugly legacy stacks that they cannot switch from one day to another. And so you need to adapt things to work for them. Even if it's not right away, you need to prepare them for something that's easy to use and support them. Otherwise, they won't adopt it. And so I think we should, especially design system maintainers, we should design with empathy, which means designing within the context. You need to understand to whom, like this is the basic of design process. You need to understand to whom you are dealing with. Another topic is build your audience. So know who you are building for in a way that if you want to prepare content for support or for advocacy, you need to understand where they are talking, how they work, where are the organic process, You can use async friendly tools and channel depending on your reality, your company. Often people use Microsoft tools because it's a big enterprise solution. Sometimes you might use Slack, sometimes you might have Notion, Miro, whatever, depending. And you should adapt things like if everyone is on Slack and you create a Teams channel that, no one is there present living, what's the point? You need to go where organically people are going to be present and they're going to react. You should also make your documentation tone appropriate and role relevant. So it doesn't matter if you go super geeky, super technical, and no one has a clue about what you're talking on the documentation. Only you. And the documentation not for us, it's for the people. And you should also try to appropriate the tone, even for the brand culture, right? And I think that might help a lot as well. You should also map your stakeholders, even though it could be a big company, you don't need to do them all at the same time right away, okay? But you should understand the multiple type of roles inside of the product, like managers, product owners, developers, architects, designers, junior designers, senior designers, etc. So you can understand the type of support that you might need to prepare on your content, even on your documentation. And also, don't forget feedback loops. So they are gold for interactive and improving, and you should have them regardless. If it's just 1 in 6 months, it's something better than not having it all. So you can start small, but have them somehow. So create positionings and spaces where people can have a space to share feedback with you. Bridge the knowledge gap. So a huge blocker for adoption is lack of knowledge or confidence of using your stuff. This is quite often. People are not comfortable with Figma. They don't follow up all the trends, all the updates. Sometimes they even ask you how to use them. And so eventually this helps a lot to create trainings that stick. And for instance, you can do Figma playground stuff situations. I often do it. It's quite useful. Figma has a bunch of them, and you can just force a session to use them live, so people have a blocker on their calendar to use them. You can use other specific trainings. You can do special sessions with them. You can record, because you're just, in case you give me the argument like, oh, I'm just one person for a big company. You can record stuff and make them appealing with chapters that they can move forward with it. So you teach them how to build things in your reality and not just send them a YouTube tutorial, right? Because it doesn't have that empathy as you do in your own reality. And also empower advocates. So lift others up. You won't do this by yourself. It's impossible. Every team has that one person who just gets it. It's more geeky and it might help you. Even if you don't try to create those people, try to train them. You should find them, you should support them. You should give them visibility, space to lead, space to grow, and space to inspire others. And when people feel involved, and for instance, having a shared channel where people help each other to resolve design system questions, and you don't need to go that's amazing, that create influence, and most likely the others will follow. So here's a use case, a real example. One of our product teams in one of the companies that I work with, they were stuck with a deprecated legacy framework. They stopped having updates and support on the code side. And so eventually on the maintainer side, as a rabbit, you would go like, look, this is super good. You should right away use it without any questions. Here you go, and have fun with it. And that's it. So instead of forcing the design system on them like that, I joined one or two sprint planning meetings. I listened to some blockers that might have when they were trying to find other solutions. And then, understanding their goals, I offered our design system as a solution, not as a real mandate, because it's quite often that design system might not be mandatory depending on where you work with. And we supported that during the transition. We gave them guidance and we stay available when needed. So I was not there all the time. I had then the designers to do the advocation for me, and they adopted our system within a month and they kept using on their own. So the formula that I usually often live by is that advocacy equals to empathy with enablement. You need both. You need to look, if you only empathize but don't empower, it's quite difficult. So you need to do both of them, and you only gonna enable when you're comfortable with your design system and when you have your empathy on the right place, and then you move forward to enablement, and then eventually it will be more easy. If you only enable without empathy, so no one trusts you. So the magic happens when they're both present. So I hope this is what you take from today. Learn to see both or more perspectives, the duck and rabbit situation. You should lead and you should be maintaining your design system with empathy as much as possible. You should build assets that people actually want to use and know how to use, so adapt them, even if it's not that Figma fancy. And don't try to be a solo hero. It's not possible. You should empower others to lead the change with you. And so, scaling design systems is hard. It takes listening, partnership, and sometimes patience. So that's why I believe you need to celebrate every win that you do. It's a big challenge, and every step counts for the big road. But when you design for reality and not just for the theory, the adoption isn't forced, it flows. And so design systems should be invited, not intimidating, which is often happening. And we should create systems that people want to use, not just have to use. I think that's the biggest difference. I hope you had fun and learned something, and thank you for listening. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, I'm super happy to be here. I'm Fernando Hereñu. I'm a product design lead in Disney. Right now I'm working on Disney Plus, but I've been in this company by 8 years and different kind of projects. So I started as UX and product designer 15 years ago, taking leadership in roles in global and outstanding companies. But primarily, my passion is to help my clients or companies I work to better understand or select their market. Now I live in Buenos Aires, in a neighborhood surrounded on agents' houses and trees. I have two adorable sons, Ramiro and Lorenzo. I'm super fan of soccer, football, and also tennis. And yeah, I'm spend my during my weekends playing tennis. So briefly, I'm a passionate product and UX lead and essentially an agile design producer to help companies and startups to build the strategic vision in terms of design and expand their business. No matter what is exactly the business, I'm trying to understand what is the market and with audits or trying to understand, okay, essentially what this. So one of my key things is to understand we have three labels to cover, or three aspects to cover to define the UX. First, the business. Sometimes for the designers it's a little bit difficult this part because okay, we used to discuss about colors or structures, flows, but probably we are not totally engaged with the business. Same situation with the engineer side. In my opinion, I'm most close to the product in terms of business, not the engineer situation, but the capability to do things are super important. The user needs this is our part, the business goals, and the capabilities in terms of technological, I don't know, things we could cover. With these three big aspects, we define as a UX, no? The good UX start with these 3 points covered. So this is the incredible impactful brands that I collaborate with: Marvel, Walt Disney, Half-Brick in games, Disney Plus, National Geographic, Ethermat, etc. As you can see, mostly in entertainment and work in the field of the and work was not something that I am looking for, honestly. When I was a child or when I was a student, I mainly draw or something like this. But especially I'm starting in Cartoon Network because of my relation with the drawings. So with that, I'm starting working for kids with having the notion and to design in a funny and easy way. And with that, okay, move to the entertainment field directly. So right now I'm a speaker and these institutions, Interaction Design Foundation. I have a conversations about storytelling, and in Colectivo 23 it is um, a super useful platform to learn about business, learn about yeah design, technological in Latin America. Okay, let's go with my case, where one of the most exciting things, or at least I don't know exactly the word is exciting. It's about one of the biggest and most important project in terms of learnings that I really want to share with you. Is about the Marvel Unlimited when I worked in for Marvel in Disney. Uh, the name of this is the Infinity Searching Experience for Marvel, as I say. So, what was the situation with this project? Yeah, what was my role first? Uh, I was a design lead. What are the things I need to do in that moment? Define the design vision and strategy. Conduct user research to understand the pain points for the users. Identify the design problems, taking those research, um, and facilitate one of the biggest part of our day is facilitate the cross-functional collaboration between the stakeholders, the product designer, the designers, content, etc. And this was yeah the group. No, two product designers, one researcher, three UX designers, and one content and one motion designer who work by the end of this and create the prototypes, etc. So this is the overview. When Marvel was acquired for Disney, had a great subscription-based product The name is Marvel Limited. In that moment covers the to simplify, this service is about sell comic books but a digital comic, a subscription or individual issues digitally. In some cases are a combo with the printed one, but basically is to read the entire catalog for Marvel. So this this project or this platform working really well, but needs to be part of the ecosystem of Disney in terms of technology and in terms of business, needs to grow or needs to expand different opportunities. One of the best thing was to incorporate the massive uh, audiences we have for the Marvel fans in cine or series, not the comic books. So attract to the MCU fans to the comic books. So the Infinity Reader experience so was about after the launch we modify or create a new version of this old application that working really well in terms of Marvel, but in terms of the new era with Disney was not so powerful. But with the new launch that intend to reach new audiences was the perfect storm because seems to be um, we starting having a lot of pain points and different type of comments. We decrease dramatically on the ratings on on the stores, but the everything not came from something related with the uh, something technically or something in terms of price, was in terms of experience. So that's why it's super interesting in this case to share with you. So everything came in terms of every comment came from okay the experience. I couldn't find something. I couldn't I don't know see X or seed whatever. So everything was our scope to define what happened, but it was not totally clear because we have come from in different ways. So how do you really identify the user problems we are having, but quickly? But we could stay in clear to having a process to do that. It was not something easy in terms of okay, we could do certain thing or modify the situation or just audit or see okay our competitor is doing this or that. We needed a process, probably super quick, but we required to use all the process that UX provide us. Competitor auditing, we create personas in that moment, personas with mindsets. Probably today it sounds a little bit old school to create personas because we are modifying this or we have a lot of discussion in terms of case good not we prefer to do something different, but we could create a list um, user behaviors. So then we starting with the user in interviews where uh, the real uh, users or subscribers. Um, and then we audit the comments on the stores. We grouped the different comments. It was a totally huge work to understand what happened. And with that, we create a problem statement. By the end of this 4 steps, the The last one was create the problem statement. Okay, with the new personas, in addition to collecting the issues, we need to find who the issues belong to. To reach the goal, we started exhaustive research work. We identified we identified five different mindset or personas or type of users. So, but too vague. One is the loyal one, not the active reader who knows what he wants. Probably came from it's a Marvel fan, and the MCU fan, in this card with the Sean, sorry, is a newbie comic reader. Is a comic reader who, okay, I like the Spider-Man for the movies. So, yeah, probably I want to know something a little bit more, but not super in deep analysis. Just to read one or two comic books and during this week, and then if I'm interested, I could read other, but this type of user. With this type of behaviors, then we listen our users. The user says, I can sort issues by date. Super clear. No longer remember my sort and filter settings. This is something a little bit complex because, okay, we have two different users. We have two different type of situations. We have one problem with two different behaviors. Missing features, I used to hold version like popular this week list. There should be a way to filter and sort follow-up books by unread issues, but this sounds for not for the loyal one, no? But this the and okay, I want to have divided the red one with the unread. So previously you could skip the specific page. Now you have to scroll to that page. This part of the reader, no, the comic book reader. So with all of that, we could see the most of this those users lost or not have the same features we have. Oh my god, when we added the feature comparison, we saw we missed the old one was more elements than the or most features or filters or things that we uncover right now. So, in order to simplify and connect with the new users, we lost the loyal ones. The loyal ones gave us the rating, gave us the share, they gave us the notion we are the one in terms of comic books. Huh? We are not the same of other applications. We are Marvel. We understand what is our market. We need to be with this type of application and brand. So the user needs, you know, just to to have simplify all the concepts we are trying to explain today. User need efficiency in content searching, reduce search time, personalized content suggestions. The business goals: improve X store rate, reduce negative comments on source, increase center numbers of retention. And we create the problem statement. No, the latest part of our analysis to understand. Okay, the problem statement is Marvel fans face challenges in finding specific content in Marvel Unlimited app due to absence of adequate searching tools, the extensive catalogs. This is the problem for the the loyal ones, for the beginners. The extensive catalog overwhelms them, inspiring the ability to engage effectively with the available catalog. So, tools, missing tools, and overwhelming catalog. These are our main two problem statements. So, fresh design. Okay, we create a lot of proposal, different things. And what was the bad news? Different options we did not working really well because are too complex in one way or too simplified for the other type of audiences. So we need to keep working and trying to equilibrate the the experience we create. Okay, the first thing we propose or that we propose to expose the type of filtering. Sounds like so okay, this is super crazy, or we're asking too much for the user with that, but seems to be not, because when we use or design for the buying a fly or buying a ticket for flying, the the platform asks us a lot of things. Ask us, okay, they children, no children, what age, etc. And okay, we want to invest this time to do that. Probably not want, but we expect to do that. We'll be specific. We prefer to do that better than okay be not clear or not receive exactly your finding. Same situation here. We expose the criteria or the different filtering up front. As you can see, we have a box, a tab with top results here into the series. Could be anytime or characters and creators. We could see something here and relevance. We could see we add the publication date. The default is anytime. In terms of anytime, so we could see the order for the newest at the top. In that case, the newbie or the MCU fans are agree with that if the default is anytime on the latest one. And for the rest of the users or the loyal ones, we have different options here. Now, today, this month, this year probably is for the first type of group, and the rest are for the lower ones. Date, exactly, or range of date from certain year to the center year. In this generation, I want to search something related with the uh, Wolverine. So characters, Black Panther. We could have different characters or adding more characters. Okay, this character and that character and that character, when all of these are in the same comic book. Not only to have one character or find one character. Could be a combination. One thing was, okay, if the user spend a lot of time doing that, it is a good feature to save those filters, because are not totally easy. If you find something you want, you have this situation. We have recent filters you did, and also you could remove if you don't want to have it. In that case, we the team uh, have this different investigation or testing how many filters we could cover as a max could be 10. More than 10 was something, okay, a little bit difficult for the user. And so that's why we save 10. The user could remove if they want or have more space to keep adding more saved filters. And that filters, we decided to add the first thing was the date and then the characters. Other aspect we explore was to the display options. One thing is that we have to re remember is the catalog. We have our catalog is huge, so difficult to list. You know? We have something similar in Spotify. I'm thinking, no, the catalog is massive. How we could conduct this experience. In that case, we decided to have three different options in viewing. The default option, it is the first one, having the cover as a main, uh, the most important, something more visually. I like this. Uh, I like this image or this character or is attractive for me, etc. And taking the decision from for the image. The second option or the second type of listing is the inline with the cover and a line to have more in the more options, because on the first option we could see here 4 or 8, no more in the same in the principal screen and the fold. And with that we separate that we have more elements, more comic books per page. And the last one is totally for fanatics. We have a list where the most important thing is the year, the name and the year. With that, with these two informations, this kind of user could find something. And that in these options we are giving or providing, we could see on the first one, is totally for beginners, is more attractive in terms of visually, and the other ones is more in terms of the naming. So with that, we could see sometimes we could simplify the experience, have one option that covers these two mindsets. But in other cases, we need to provide options for each. Other thing is the fast scrolling. If you and the different options we mentioned, if you have A to Z, is crazy. We could find, I don't know, A to Z from, I don't know, for Thor. We could have a massive scrolling. We need to have a fast scrolling, totally different scroll than the rest of the experience. This for could be for the experts and also for beginners. With that, we need to create a lot of testing and see how this work well, work better, to understand if I'm in to A to C, etc. But was more in terms of interaction. It was a challenge in terms of interaction. Other thing was for the beginner was grouping the universe in the editorial view. The editorial view, okay, we have serious issues, reading guides, etc. But the other things that is important is, okay, I want to find something for Wolverine or Black Widow. Sometimes or could be individual, or in other cases could be grouped. Wolverine, Black Widow, Avengers, Amazing Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man is a type of comic books. are not the when we see popular was not a list of something in particular, the main characters. Could be a main characters, could be a group of characters, could be a particular um, comic book, or as a Amazing Spider-Man, or a author. No? In that case, we tend to see what are the things that are popular. We understand the entry point are the characters, but in some cases, not totally in this line. Break this rule. In some cases, are breaking this rule. Editorial view. In editorial view, we could see something more static, but trying to understand what are the new. Here we have new, popular, all, and red. If you remember, you have one of the things that appears was, okay, I really want to have a place who collect the things I'm read or I'm continue reading beside of the homepage continue reading. With that, with the new, we have recently added at the latest update with the same logic of the three icons that for the list. And all series, we are taking the type of when we balance the different filterings to when we have all, and when we have red, okay, this the continue reading, and this is you finished. To having this as a interesting to see. Okay, those I'm finished that. If we want to return on read something. So with all of these cases, with all of this information we are providing, we validate this massive shift with the users. This proposal were positively received with our fans. That's the good news. That's the final one, because if at the beginning of the uh, today, I'm talking about, okay, nothing working really well with all of these actions, because we're absolutely massive in terms of feature, time, and effort, resource, etc. Things appears that working really well. And of course, we definitely recovering the Marvel essence. We increase the rate to 4.7 rate that we have today, mainly for this proposal we give to the product team, to the product design. We worked really hard to do a massive change in a short time with one purpose: to increase our rate. Increase our rate, because if we don't have a good rate, we have a lot of problems in terms of promotion. And also, it's not part of our brands to have a certain rating. All of the things we are doing need to have a good rating for the promotions, because we require to have more subscribers for this incredible application. So, okay, this is the end of my yeah my chat. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you. If you have any question, anything to keep chatting with me, I'm in ADP list. You could grab a time, we could talk and one-on-one, etc. I'm super open, super happy to be here, super happy to have a connection with people from different countries and understand and know what is the exactly the situation, solve the problem, or have a, I don't know, have a conversation, coffee with my colleagues. All right, thank you.
Hello, hi everyone. Thanks for having me at the UX Time conference. I'm Francesco. I've been a designer for over 15 years, and yeah, today I'm gonna share some insights and my framework to try to balance the manual and a personal touch in building a component, but in the age of AI, and how to improve communications and the handoff with engineers. Um, Before to start, a little bit about me. I'm a design lead in the design system team at Wolt, which is the highest rated app in Europe for food and delivery. Um, Before that, I was doing the exact same thing at Klarna for over 3 years. I led the design system there. And before that, lots of creative agencies and startups around Europe, especially in Italy and Switzerland, where actually I started my design system journey, especially in the graphic design and editorial design system space. Um, yeah, so build a component manually in the age of AI. Yeah, the issue or the problem that we try to solve in the past 8 to 10 months is how to actually generate components that feel personal, that feel connected to the Volt visual language. As you know, it's very easy to create a component or tiny pieces of UI. Uh, Today, you can use whatever, like from Cloud to V0 to Replit to whatever. But of course, they reuse generic UI kits, and it takes a while to actually achieve what you really want. And this has been like this for a long time, even before AI. You know, if you use a UI kit from external, they are created to to enable flexibility and optionality. So it's not really your design system; it's a generic UI kit. What you want is instructions and less options and more guardrails to design in a specific way. But on the other side, you don't want to spend 3 months on a single component, or you don't want to bottleneck other people. So you still want to create that excellence and quality, but really fast. And even without AI or even with a larger team, you want to create specific, specific instructions for the end of. You want to enable a smoothest collaboration and even a contribution from other designers that maybe are not part of the design system team. But you probably heard that when it comes to a contribution model or any kind of framework or governance, it's a really hard. It's very difficult to establish this bureaucracy on top of the creative work. So that's why I try to refine and simplify the framework over the past couple of years, and I landed on this very stupidly framework that, stupidly simple framework that we use on a daily basis in our team. It's a framework consisted in 3 steps and in 3 phases: extract, outline, and artifact. I'm gonna show you each phase in more detail. So buckle up and prepare for the journey. Let's start with the extract phase. So this is not entirely an original content. You may find more detailed information about extract and abstract phases in this beautiful book from Dan Moll called Design That Scales. The extraction phase is basically the process where you can sit down with other designers or the developers in your team and evaluate all the existing variations of a component and identify component criteria. So let's imagine maybe even in your company you have multiple variations of your of the same component, and you want to simplify it into one, and you wanted to add that to the design system. So what you probably going to do is to audit and inventory all the existing variations, and then categorize the criteria of each variation into these 4 macro categories. So try to categorize what are the criteria and the properties that all components have, what are the priorities that most the variations have, what are the properties that some components have, and what are the properties and the criteria that only few of them have. And it's quite easy to understand that the properties that falls in the first 2 categories, all and most, they have to be there. So for example, all inputs have placeholders and rounded corners. Most of them have a subtle shadows. Those visual properties needs to be there. And some of them have a pill shape. So maybe you need to run some conversations and you need to maybe figure it out if they have to be part of your component or not. And of course, you can leave behind the properties that don't occur many times. And eventually, you're going to end up with the criterias, the properties of the component you want to build, the ones that have to be there. And of course, here in the example, I'm only talking about the visual properties, but of course, there are all the behavioral and functionality that also needs to be part of the larger, the larger draft of the component. So, for example, animations or what content needs to be placed, before the label, after the label, trailing icons, leading icons. So this is the picture. This is the summary. As you can see, all and most are kind of no-brainers, and also the properties that are not that popular, you can just leave them behind. But in the middle, there is the conversation that you need to have with your peers and with your working team. And probably the conversation will look like that. Of course, I'm joking. You can establish whatever works in your organization, like regular syncs and workshops together. And of course, stress testing with real data, the component in context with a lot of examples. So you can actually make some informed decisions about those in-between criteria that you're still, you still need to figure it out if you want to include it or not. And during the extraction phase and during those alignments and this, this working time, one important thing to figure it out with your team is to clarify what's the affordance of that component. And that probably also will influence the decisions around the criteria, because you want to clarify early on what's the main purpose of that component. The concept of affordance, I hope it's quite simple. It's basically to be able to communicate what's the reason why you created that component. So in this case, everybody knows why. What's the primary affordance of a chair is to provide a place to sit, and what's the primary affordance of a table, which is support items. Of course, it's not that simple because people may argue that you can sit on a table or you can place an item on a chair, which is totally fine. But the primary affordance of a component is very important to understand what you wanna what you wanna do with that component. And in design system is essential to establish precise boundaries regarding the element's intended purposes. You can do that solving and answering these easy questions, like what's the element main use, how it does work, and what are the limits you want to establish, and how this element is used the most, in the most often way, and what are the simplest alternatives. I always create this, provide this example, like when it comes to the user messaging, what's the primary affordance of these 4 components? And you start usually from the end user question, like, is this component needs to provide an action? Is it multi-line or single line? Is on top of the content or is in line with the content? Based on the answers of these questions, you will decide and you will figure it out what's the component that you actually need for that specific case. And after you extracted all the criteria, you are ready to outline them in the actual component. And this is the second the second stage is about. As I mentioned before, the difference between UI kits and design system is about instructions and guardrails. So UI kits provide all the possible options and you will figure it out how to combine them. A design system is constrained and a more guided experience to build something. And this reflects on the design decisions that you want to share in a component. But there is an issue. Especially today, I mean, not today, but for the past few years, people, of course, associate a component to the Figma component. So basically the thing that you're seeing right now, the thing that you basically manage in your design tool. But it's actually not. The full story of the component, it's something more complex. It's a sorting between the agreement that you make with your audience, a documentation that you want to share, and the list of the properties, the anatomy, and all the specifications you need to distribute. This is a canvas that we usually share with our developers and the other designers. It consists to a very simple, a very simple set of artboards that lists the properties, the anatomy of the component, its behavior, some accessibility rules, and content guidelines. Each one of these pillar, each one of these category solve a single problem. The properties shares, of course, all the Boolean, the strings, the properties, all the functions of the components. The anatomy clarify the specification and the pixel perfections you want. The behavior shares and explain how the component responds to interactions, different states, different contexts. And then again, accessibility and content, they're quite self-explanatory. They shares the guardrails regarding accessibility guidelines and content best practices. Let's see them one by one. So when we design either in Figma or directly in code or whatever, we want to create this storytelling, this narrative way in the outline. So we start creating annotations, or we just leave notes and we journal and document each one of these categories. So in the properties panel, we share what are all the possible variations, all the possible properties that the component has. In this case, you can see a button can have 3 different properties with all the variants. Very simple stuff. In the anatomy, we share then again the sizes and how it should behave in different contexts. For example, the button has a minimum touch target area, and we explain that the button can be full width or auto width. Then again, as you can see, it's like leaving sticky notes next to each frame and next to each explanation. We want to create an outline that is very narrative, so people can read it. Same with the behavior. For example, the ripple effects on the Android version, or then again, how the button can be full width or have an intrinsic width. And all the area labels and the touch target size for accessibility, or all do and don'ts for content. Once we created everything, the idea is that you have prompts, you have rules that you can feed an AI, or you can just review with your developers so they can build it. But then again, the outline is a set of structured prompts and the full entire history of the component. But then you have the other side, right? You have the artifact to create, which is the reason why I stress this a lot with both designers and developers. I want to keep the outline and the artifact divided because, as you may probably know, developers wants to see all the variants, they want to see all the states, they need to follow platform conventions, and they need a lot of flexibility in a component. While on the other side, designers like to consume the components in maybe less variants with more examples. They need an ergonomical way of using the component, and they need the constraints to work faster, with less options. That's why I landed on this on this deliverable with my teams in the past few years. The actual reference of the component is the outline. That's the source of truth of the component, and it can be stored any way you want, in Figma, indirectly on GitHub, on some other design tool. If you use a Sketch, I don't care. But the artifact is the simplification, is the reference just for the designers to help them to work faster in Figma mockups if they want to. I know that a lot of people like to keep parity between the two. They like to have parity between the code reference and the design reference. And even Figma try to push that with some plugins or with dev mode. They have this code connect feature, but it's something that I like to not encourage because it's very easy to end up with components like this with a lot of properties, with a lot of Figma fanciness. It's just not ergonomical. So we want to find the right balance between matching the component with code properties, but also make the component comfortable to use in Figma or in whatever other tools in the future will arrive. And that's why I want to make this big distinction with the fact that a Figma component is not the component; it's an artifact. It's an artifact on the same level of the React artifact or the Android artifact. They're like a package created for a specific platform. It's not the entire, it's not the actual reference or the source of truth of the component. And this is how I usually create the artifact. So I follow this very easy list, but everyone can just create its own their own recipe. But it's very easy, and it's something that I still like to keep it manual and not delegate to AI, because basically we still want to sketch the components following, for example, your design principle of your organization or reviewing with other peers. So sketching and maybe identify the subcomponents that are part of that component, or adding the right variants. And even in this case, for example, we found ourselves sometimes to not add all the variants to the Figma artifact, because maybe there are some variants that people don't use, but you still want it into the source of truth of the component. So you can keep it in the outline, but not in the artifact that you want to build. And of course, add tokens if you have, strongly encourage to use them in your design systems. But of course, tokenize a component is part of the building process, as well as cleaning up the structure in the design tool. and try to add the fanciness from the latest Figma features every time they had some new stuff. So try to find the best way to create fluidity and the best way to mimic to mimic real behaviors in the design artboard. And eventually, of course, prototyping and even dog fooding. So try to reuse the component yourself to understand and stress test. As I mentioned, there will be some discrepancies between the source of truth and what the developers will see and what the designers will see. I usually try to make people comfortable with these three discrepancies. People freak out when they see different stuff, but as long as they're mapped and tracked in your documentation, in your guidelines, somewhere, it's fine. So I usually make people comfortable with discrepancies on naming. You cannot get away with the fact that a component in Android or iOS or web, they're going to be called different, even if it's a matter of a dash or a dot, or if somebody wants to call a component banner or alert or notification. Of course, you should try to simplify the confusion, but you cannot get away with the fact that, for example, on Android, a button will be called button view or button m dash something. And of course, behaviors. As I showed you before, in the outline of the button, you cannot get away with the fact that a button on Android maybe will have a ripple effect. You don't want to add that in Figma because it's just additional complexity, but definitely you want to track and map that on the Android version, you're going to have that kind of behavior that is not going to be there in the iOS version or on the web version. And lastly, about the status, because of course, some components will be ready before others. So it's very important to track and list the different status and availability of the different artifacts. And this is from the Uber-based design system. It's I think it's very easy to let people understand what's available, what's not, what's in progress, what is going to be deprecated soon. And as you can see here, the Figma artifact is listed alongside the other one. So then again, what you have in Figma is no different from the other technological platform, but you may regroup and collect all these different artifacts under the same big, overarching source of truth. And yeah, that was the stupidly simple framework that I use to create components: extract, outline, and artifact. 3 simple steps that I confidently say that are also future-proof for the age of AI, because basically what you're gonna get is a very good baseline for the specs and the documentation for the component, a precise rule set to prompt AI if you don't have developers, with the outline listed as a narrative set of natural language rules instead of having just numbers and red lines as specifications. AI will understand better what you want to achieve. And yes, you're going to get the simplest Figma artifact to let people to mock up faster instead of letting them getting lost into tons of properties and obscure panels in the Figma property panel. And yeah, that was it. Thanks so much, and see you soon.
Hey folks, it's really nice to be talking to you today, especially about something that is very close to my heart, or perhaps that should be close to my head, and that's living and working with ADHD in UX. It's thought that 3 to 4% of adults in the UK have ADHD. The UK charity ADHD UK estimates around 80% of those are currently undiagnosed. But that said, it's the second most searched for term on the NHS website. And looking more globally, with the exception of AI, it seems to be the hottest initialism being thrown around right now. So in a rare turn of events, I find myself on trend. So I thought I would talk to you about it. I found out just this year that I probably have ADHD. I've been a content designer for over 10 years. I've been working for over 20, and I've been alive over 40. So it came as a surprise, although apparently not to people who know me. Right now, I'm awaiting a clinical diagnosis in the UK NHS that lasts 3 years. So it is possible that I don't have ADHD and I am just an idiot. But for now, let's assume that I do, for my sake. And if that is true right now, I'm on my own. Whatever solutions I find, I have to find for myself. This talk is about how I believe some ADHD traits can be of a benefit to UX writers and UXers in general. Some of the challenges that we ADHDers can face day to day, and some of the solutions that I've found without really knowing what I was doing to overcome the worst of these traits and appear generally human. I'm not going to dive into what is and isn't ADHD. Please do some research and look it up. But I think we'll touch on quite a few of the key areas. But it is worth calling out. It's a spectrum. Everybody has these traits to some degree. When it's actively disrupting your life and it's causing you harm, or it's harming your relationships or others around you, that's when it might be ADHD. I hope that by talking about it, it might help you to notice, as I did, where things are difficult because they are just straight up difficult, and where they're difficult because you've got a slightly spicy brain. So let's talk about some of the upsides. I can see parallel universes. All right, that's a bit of a stretch, but I'm good at looking at a design and imagining every conceivable thing that might go wrong for a user, because that's what I'm doing anyway all around me. I'm looking out for danger and I'm looking for dopamine hits. It's risk assessment applied to design. Too often in design reviews, we're shown a single happy path user journey, when in fact it's riddled with other things that a user might do and will do, because users are strange. We human beings are unpredictable and difficult and odd. The next thing is ideation. I have a scattershot brain, which is great when it means coming up with new ideas, new approaches, seeing something from another angle. Because again, that's what I'm doing anyway. I'm bouncing all over the place and I'm thinking of a million different things at once. So if you're wanting a million ideas, I'm your man. There is also data to suggest that individuals with ADHD do display enhanced creativity and outside of the box thinking, which is useful for UX innovation. The next one is simplification. I'm very good at spotting potential confusion and ambiguity for others. And that's quite straightforward for me because I just have to look at something and get confused. I've often said that in any given team that I'm the team's token idiot, or I'm the team's guinea pig. What I've since realized is that it's not that I'm an idiot. I'm just atypical. And I know now that if I'm getting swamped with something or lost, it's a pretty good indication that others will be. So effectively, I've turned my ability to not understand things into a useful work trait. If I've reworked some content into something that's short and straightforward, and I know that it's something that I can understand, I then know that it's something that has got a reasonable chance that others will do too. That goes for information architecture, content hierarchies, the naming of things, the language and the word use. And it goes down to techniques like deploying progressive disclosure as a way to introduce content to people at just the right pace to avoid overwhelm. What I've found that is if I'm reading something or if I'm going through a flow where the content is peppered with complicated jargon that I've not encountered before, while that flow is busy carrying on, the chances are my brain is either occupied trying to remember whatever it was I just saw, or has given up and forgotten about it, which is going to have a really negative effect further down the flow. Systems. I love things in their rightful place because my brain is a sack of cats. I need things to be where I left them. I need things to be in order. Terminology defined, grammar and punctuation rules in place. Considering language in atomic design terms and part of a design system, that just presses all my happy and safe buttons. And having content systems in place not only helps me to do the work more easily, it also helps me to explain that work to other people and roll it out to other people so that I don't have to remember everything. The same goes for tools and processes. I'm naturally drawn to anything that might make doing something simpler, which I think goes without saying, but I'm really drawn to that. And I always thought that this was because I'm fundamentally lazy and I would rather do some work up front so that I don't have to do anything later on. But I'm not. More on this in a moment. The next one is hyperfocus. And I think there's some misunderstandings around this. This is where you get into such a state of flow, you lose all track of time and your surroundings. And some people call this a superpower. I would disagree because you can't switch it on and off. You don't have a great deal of control over when you hyperfocus and when you don't. I can't tell when something is going to pique my interest enough to then have me hyper-focus on it. But when it happens and something really does grab my interest, I am a productivity machine. Everything else falls away and I can just churn out the content. The next thing is empathy, which is of course integral to being any kind of UXer. I know what it's like to struggle through difficult user experiences and how stupid it can make you feel, especially if you know that others are going through those same experiences and not having any trouble at all. Having that empathy means you're probably more likely to fight for those users when their needs are being overlooked in a design. Also, in the workplace, I am also always looking out for the tiniest suggestions in people's behavior that something isn't right. I think that's quite a common trait in ADHDers, is that they are very sensitive to any signal that something isn't quite as it should be, which is really helpful when thinking about user testing and interpreting user behaviors. You may not know exactly what's wrong, but you get a very strong gut feel that what they're saying doesn't necessarily match how they're feeling. And that's also the case when reviewing with stakeholders. You can get a sense when something just isn't quite right, which is a very helpful trait. Collaboration, again, is another valuable UX trait. I know on my own I can drift and become distracted. I can obsess over the wrong thing. I love collaboration because it keeps you focused. So I actively seek out people to collaborate with. Pair writing, co-creation, workshopping, these are all really helpful devices towards productivity and towards getting to solutions quickly. I naturally need people to bounce ideas off. And also what's important is that I need their validation that what I'm doing is good. And again, I'll come to that a bit more in detail later. Social adaptation. This one's a bit of a misnomer. ADHDers are great at masking. They will shift to present themselves as whatever they perceive the people around them need them to be, because we're terrified of being rejected or left out. So while they're doing that, of course their brains are very busy doing backflips and whistling the Spider-Man theme tune. Now this is not healthy. Everyone should be free and and feel that freedom to present as their full and genuine selves. But that ability to mask does mean we can be very good at adapting quickly to different situations and putting people at ease, whether that is for user testing, facilitating workshops, or running meetings. What I would say is, after that has happened, just be prepared for your ADHD to be exhausted and possibly need some time to go and be quiet somewhere. Now, the downsides. This is the part where I make myself sound like an absolute liability and a terrible candidate for a job, which is not ideal as I'm currently looking for work. But I'm going to follow this up with some solutions, so bear with me. The first one is overwhelm. Working on a sprawling design without the necessary steer on what's needed, receiving lots of feedback at once and having to make decisions or act quickly, having simply too much to do and not having the systems or lines of communication in place to prioritize or simply say no, working in an environment where multiple conversations are happening, music is playing, people are coming and going, interruptions are frequent. Whoever said open plan offices are great? Not for everybody, pal. All of these things can lead to overwhelm, too many competing inputs, and the result is very often inertia. It's not doing anything, or it's a series of half-started and not finished things. And it may look like laziness or incompetence. It isn't. It's choice paralysis. Choice paralysis is real, and alone, as one person, it's very difficult to get out of. Similar to that is focus. ADHD is described as a deficit of attention, and I don't think that's correct. It's an excess of attention. The problem is it's not directed, it's not focused. Everything is a stimulus, and my brain is constantly searching for both dangers and dopamine hits, which makes it very hard to focus on tasks that are long or that I find tedious. And long meetings, even if they're interesting, are very difficult to sit through, especially if they're on video calls. Before long, I will be desperately scanning around for a fresh stimulus for my dopamine-starved brain. It also means I can get fixated on whatever shiny new idea just cropped up, and I can just immediately go down a rabbit hole with it, which is great when that's what's needed. But it's really not when I should perhaps have shelved that and carried on doing whatever it was I was doing. Similar to that is forgetfulness. And there's a few elements here. ADHDers generally have poor working memory and executive functioning. We might have had an important conversation a week ago, but unless I did something about it, setting a meeting, adding it to a list, starring it in my inbox, it's gone. It's going to disappear in the fog. And it's not personal, and it's not deliberate, and it's not down to carelessness. That's just how my brain works. Data recall is another example. Names and numbers don't stay put in my head. I live in constant fear of having to remember someone's name on the spot, even someone that I've known for years. And God forbid I have to do some mental arithmetic in front of an audience. The same goes for multi-step instructions as well. If you're giving me directions somewhere, I'm going to need to write them down because there is no chance I'm going to remember them. Part of this involves also interrupting. Thoughts don't stay in my head. And I panic that if I don't get them out immediately, I'll lose them and I will appear foolish or that I don't have anything to contribute. So the result is I end up blurting them out, often interrupting others, which is absolutely not okay. It's not okay behavior. It means if I'm not careful, I also stop listening to the conversation because I'm so busy focusing on remembering the thing that I wanted to say. And it means that when I do speak, I'm so keen to get the whole idea out before it's completely gone, I'm not really concentrating on how I'm saying it. So it can come across as brash or loud or sarcastic or dry and detached and flat. It's not deliberate. So often I end up thinking, That is not how that sounded in my head. The biggest one for me as well is something called RSD, which is rejection sensitive dysphoria. This is a very strange one to explain, but it's like imposter syndrome on steroids. It's described as an extreme emotional sensitivity to perceived or actual rejection, criticism, or failure. Now, this doesn't mean that we can't have a good debate about something and admit when we're wrong or that we've made a mistake, or even go along with something that we don't fully agree with. But the fear of being left out or called out and shamed is crippling. It means we constantly feel like we don't belong. And unless they've recently shown otherwise, unless we've recently had some signal to prove otherwise, we firmly believe that everybody hates us. So an email that hasn't got a response to us can feel like the end of the world. A joke that doesn't land is a disaster. It does make me extremely cautious about contributing on large channels, like in the workplace, that could be Slack or email. Outside of work, that can be LinkedIn. It means I'm very nervous in large groups as well, because there is simply too much to track at once. Not that you'd know it, of course, because I'm masking, because I'm socially adaptable. But I will be going to sleep very quickly after that large-scale social interaction. I would love to be a thought leader, but the fear of being criticized and shut down is visceral and debilitating, and it has meant that I don't put myself forwards. And it means that I suck in environments that don't allow for psychological safety, where demanding emails can appear out of the blue and need a fast response, where decisions are made by whoever it is that can talk the most and can talk the fastest and talk the loudest. I am not equipped for that environment, and I don't succeed very well there. On a dark note, ADHDers are more likely to be substance abusers. That's self-medication for all the negative stuff that they are constantly dealing with. So if you see them very often in large social functions, very often out and about, it may be self-medication rather than a love of being sociable. And yes, this all can make us sound like delicate snowflakes. And you might be thinking, we should just toughen up. I assure you, when you consider what we're dealing with in our heads on a daily basis, we are tough. Sometimes we just need a little extra consideration. So let's look at solutions. Things that I've found that work for me, and they may help you too. The first one is time-boxed hours for communications. I've already talked about Slack and email. I'm talking mostly about these things. Check them, action them, close them. Set times for when you're going to respond to people, make people aware that you will be responding within these time-boxed hours, and then close those programs down. Don't use them. Free yourself from that constant little chance of dopamine by checking and seeing if you have a new email. Don't use your phone for work stuff if you can avoid it. It's too tempting to check out of hours. And on your table in front of you in the workplace, it's just another potential distraction sitting in front of you. It's just another place you can go for your dopamine-addled brain, or your dopamine-starved brain, I should say. Also, what I found incredibly helpful is a prioritized to-do list. Now, working in sprints is a great way to manage your tasks, but you might need to go even more granular than that. Personally, I found it really helpful to keep a to-do list of everything and anything that pops into my head. The moment it does, I stick it on the list and I forget about it. And then 3 times a day, first thing in the morning, just after lunch, just as I'm getting ready to finish for the day, I review it, add tags, today, tomorrow, soon, later, and abandon. And then I hide everything that doesn't say today. That way, throughout the day, I've got a very clear idea of what I should be doing. I'm allowing myself to completely forget about everything else, knowing that I've thought about it and that it's not important. That's really good for hitting deadlines and also for giving yourself job satisfaction at the end of the day that you've achieved everything that you set out to do. Again, we need that constant, reliable source of information that we're doing a good job, that we're doing okay, and that list on its own can really help. The next one is brain dumps. You can't help having brilliant, amazing ideas that just send your mind fizzing with excitement and you really want to dive into it. Don't. Do a massive brain dump into a Miro board or a FigJam board or a Word document, whatever it is that you have to hand, and park it. And add yourself a little note in your to-do list to review it later. It means that you don't have to keep that amazing idea in your head. You can get back to the thing that you were supposed to be doing in the first place. And it means that later you can review that idea more objectively when the buzz of having something potentially distracting has gone. Because the chances are it could be a terrible idea and you've just saved yourself an entire afternoon of going down a rabbit hole. So I think that's worth thinking about. Meetings are also a really important one. Take notes, list points to raise during the meetings so that when it is your turn, you don't draw a complete blank and you remember every single thing it was that you wanted to say. It may be that it's beneficial to you to be able to just ask for a minute to list some key points. I've found that very helpful in the past. Or if you're able to, list them one at a time when it's pertinent in the conversation. It really does depend on the team and the dynamic that you're working with. I would encourage the use of a moderator for meetings. House of Commons has a speaker. That way you've got a person who is there to keep the conversation on track and to note down any key takeouts, further points for discussion, and determine who it is that's going to do them. That person could also set meeting agendas so that you have a very clear idea going into the meeting, what it's all about and what people hope to get out of it. And also that person should be creating opportunities for everybody on the call to input in their own way. Making sure, of course, that the conversation doesn't drift, which can be incredibly confusing to somebody who is particularly focused on achieving one thing. I know these things are sometimes not feasible, and workplace culture doesn't lend itself to this very often. All it takes is one bad actor in a meeting to throw these things off. This is hard to organize. But it is possible. I've worked in places where people have established ground rules, people have established protocols, such as hand raising, where everybody then begins to feel as though they have an opportunity to be heard. I would also say leave meetings if they're not valuable. It's better than staying and appearing to be there but not actually listening. If it's not valuable, excuse yourself and leave. But also find other ways for participants to contribute. If it's your meeting, perhaps an asynchronous meeting on a shared file is more effective than getting everybody together on a phone call or on a Zoom call. Instead of an hour meeting to review something as a group, consider maybe booking half an hour in everybody's calendar for them to review something in a file, add their own notes, and then the half an hour to review those notes. That way you get more feedback, you get more of everybody's time and attention, and you make sure that everybody has been seen and heard. A contentious one is fewer screens, not more. I remember when we used to have one screen in the workplace, then it was two. Now in many workplaces, it's three. It seems to be the fashion that you have all of your content visible to you at all times. And I worked in one place where I had my emails and Slack on the left, I had Figma on the right and all my open Figma files, and I had everything else that I was working on in the middle. And it was a disaster because I was constantly going from one to the next, and back again, to that one, and back again, just looking for little things that might grab my attention. They were incredibly distracting and incredibly damaging to productivity, which was the absolute opposite reason for getting them in the first place. So I would say having everything visible to you at all times is not a benefit. If you are able to close down Slack and close down emails, that's one more screen you don't need. If you're able to work purely in Figma or another file to get some work done, do that, then close that down and move it away. Reduce the number of screens you're using or switch them off to reduce distractions, and put your phone away. Put it away, turn it off. Also, schedule time for deep work. You can't plan when you're going to hyperfocus, but you can create the right environment for it. Book working time in your calendar if you need to make sure that you're not disturbed. You can't guarantee that you won't be interrupted, but at least that then gives you a fighting chance of getting that work done. And I know this is easier said than done, but find interesting work. Where possible, seek out or volunteer for the stuff you know you're going to find engaging and will more likely lead you to a hyper-focused, deep-focused state. Of course, that's not always possible. You don't have complete control over everything that you work on, but it's a really good way to show that you are actively interested in delivering business value. And the chances are, if you're pursuing things that you are interested in, you're going to get more job satisfaction and you're going to develop faster. Body doubling is a really interesting one. There is often nothing worse than being left with just you and your neurospicy brain for company. Even if a person isn't working on the same thing, ADHDers find that physically being around another person can be enough to force you to crack on with whatever it is that you need to do. So I would recommend, wherever you can, body double with somebody just to shake you out of that personal headspace. Also, really obvious, but it bears repeating, is take breaks. We humans are not made to sit still. ADHDers even less so. Set timers that will pull you out of accidental rabbit holes and remind you what it is that you're supposed to be doing, force you to keep to deadlines, but also make you take breaks. Take a little break from your 1, 2, 3, 4 screens and just go and look at the clouds for a bit. Just have some quiet. Allow your brain that time to switch from one task to the next. It feels unproductive leaving your desk. It is massively beneficial so that when you return to your desk, you are twice as productive as you were before. The other thing as well, this goes almost without saying, is tell people. Talk to people. More than anything, explain, this is how I am. This is how I work best. Talk about how best they can engage with you and how best you can work together. It shows that you are proactive and you are positive and you are trying to find solutions rather than simply putting up barriers saying, I won't do this, I won't do that, I won't do this. It's incredibly helpful to share. Also that things are going okay. I need to hear that from the people that I'm working with. I need to hear that I'm doing a good job. Largely because my brain is always telling me it isn't. My brain is always telling me things are going badly and I'm doing a bad job. So hearing that from somebody else is incredibly valuable. And that is very, very important to communicate to other people. And I would also say, forgive yourself. For a long time, I thought I just wasn't made properly, that I was broken. And wherever I went, I didn't fit in. I could see things that people were achieving and doing, and I just couldn't understand how they were doing it, how they had that clarity of thought, how they had the energy to be doing these things. It's very, very easy to give yourself a hard time and to end up blaming yourself for the things that aren't working. You're just lazy. You're just unlikable. You're just weird. You're not. Let yourself off the hook. I should stress that ADHD is not an excuse for poor behavior, but it can help to explain it and learn from it and prevent it in future. Lastly, something I've been wondering, is it a coincidence that I've found myself drawn to a role that involves a lot of justifying and explaining and proving that it has value? Is that just a coincidence? Have I subconsciously found UX writing as a form of therapy? I don't know. What I would say is that even if the people around you are presenting as neurotypical, there is no way to know what is going on in their heads. But I would celebrate the differences in how people are wired. I would celebrate those people who are operating on a different brain setting, because they can bring massive, massive value and perspective to whatever team it is that you're working on. I would love to know if these things resonate with you. If you are a certified ADHDer, unlike me, I haven't got the badge yet. Do you experience these things in the same way? Do you experience the opposite? I've included some resources here that you can find them if you Google, but these ones have been particularly useful to me. Thank you for listening to me. I hope this has been valuable. Please be kind in the comments.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining me today. My name is Katerina, I'm a UX writer at BetterMe, and I'm super excited for you to join me today and to present you my talk, which will be about top UX writing mistakes that we all as UX writer make, and I myself is guilty of them, and also I will share what they taught me and how I overcame them. So I hope that after this presentation I will save you some time, some late night Slack messages, or even a few headaches. So before we dive into the juiciest part, let's get to know me a little bit better. So a few words about myself. As I mentioned before, I work at BetterMe. I work as a UX writer for over 3 years, and I have overall experience of writing for over 6 years. Also, I am really tightly connected with UX research, which means I spend a lot of time listening to users and shaping the content that meets their needs and requests. Also, I helped to shape the tone of voice for the BetterMe's flagman app, which is health and coaching app, so that everything that we create sound consistent, supportive, and just like structured across all touch points. And also, I am a huge advocate for the UX writing processes, so I make sure that my work goes beyond the words. I do a lot of work to just streamline the process, to improve the cooperation and collaboration across teams, so that UX writing fits better into development process. So these are the few words about me. Then let's go ahead and dive right into our presentation. Quick agenda. Here is what we will talk about today. So first, I will share the mistake I have been making, why they were bad, why they were not productive, counterproductive, and also I will share my tips and tricks and ways on how I fixed these mistakes. So let's start with the first one. The first mistake I called just fill in the blanks, and I think we have all been there. So imagine the situation. You're working on some of your tasks, and then a designer comes to you or writes you a Slack message and says, hey, we are on the final stages of creating this new and amazing task and we are missing texts, so please help us. The user needs to know A, B, and C, and please, 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 not more than 2 lines of text. So yeah, I have been there a lot, to be honest, and this is not really the way things supposed to work. Let's see why this is bad. So first of all, without understanding the user, without understanding the business goal, or even before and after screen, your copy becomes a shot in the dark. Yes, it may sound good, it may sound like fitting the tone of voice and be grammatically correct and structurally correct, but it doesn't actually fit the user journey, so you have no context. And the second reason why this is bad is because I was limiting my role. I was simply narrowing my responsibilities to becoming an editor rather than a UX thinking, a user advocate, and so on and so forth. So this is also not very productive for the UX writing role. Okay, then let's take a look on some steps I made to fix this mistake. First of all, I made sure to get involved from the day one, and this is what we did in our company, and this is what works for us. So first of all, we do kickoff meetings for all of our new features, new tasks. This meeting usually involves the product owner, product designer, and a UX writer, which is myself. And there on this meeting, we just cover the baseline. We cover high-level problems, we align on the goal, on flow, on users, we share some ideas, some concerns, so everything we need to know before we start working on this task. After that, we do a sync between designer and the UX writer. This may be not one, like any number that you will need. And on this meeting, you unpack all the details of the task. So everything from emotional state to elements you will be using, to the screens, to the message you want to convey, everything dive deeper of the task you cover on this meeting. And also it is very, very important so that everyone stays on the same page. And we do this through regular updates in a group chat. As well, this group chat involves product owner, UX designer, and the UX writer, and we share all of our updates there, some questions, ideas, and this helps us to stay in the loop and to make sure everyone has the seats on the table. Next thing I did to not narrow my role, I made sure to prove the value of a UX writing and a UX writer myself. So what I did is that I made some small steps, but regular, that was expanding my role, not limiting to the words themselves. And let's look at one of the examples. Here we have intro screens. The situation is the following. The user gets a subscription to a treadmill walking plan, and we want to make sure they feel comfortable, they feel prepared for their first workout. So we walk them through steps on how to make sure and get ready for this. So what I did here is that I went online and I searched the competitors. I wrote down all the messages that they say, and also I went to forums and I read how people get ready for the treadmill workout. And then I gathered all of this information and I created some storyline. So from the outfit, then to things people need to grab before they jump on their treadmill, and then they need to set up their treadmill, and then they're good to go. So I presented this to the small group of designer and the product owner, and we went with this like flow. And here is just a small example of how you can go beyond the words, on how you can prove the value that you can bring to the table. Let's move on. The next mistake I called "I just feel so." If you haven't guessed already, so this means that you create the copy based on your feelings, on your preferences, and this is not really good and this is not really productive. And let's take a look at why. So first of all, the copy didn't work because it didn't resonate with users. I may not use the right terms, maybe they were not popular among the users, they were complicated, copy became hard to understand, to scan, and people didn't understand what they needed to do. And also I could not defend my copy choice, and this one is a big thing because sometimes UX writing gets a little bit too emotional because anyone can have a say here because we work with words and it's really easy to be, oh, I want these terms, oh, I think this will sound better, and these all are based on your personal preferences and likes and life use. So I cannot defend any word choice, any term choice, because I didn't have a solid foundation to back up on. So here are the steps I made to fix this mistake. Well, first of all, I made sure to get my hands on the user wording. I did it in many ways. So first I started with the support. So we have monthly support updates from our support manager where they gather the most popular feedbacks, and I create myself a glossary of all the terms that the users use. And I make sure to include them into my copy. This is the first way. The second way, as I mentioned earlier, I am hugely connected to the UX research, and I also do UX research myself, and this helps me again get the first-hand experience of the user wording. So I collect all of these words, all of their phrases, terms, patterns, and I create the glossary of these phrases. So for example, we can see here that people say that they want to lose weight and tone their body, and we have all the list of phrases that they use to express this idea. So what I did, I made sure to use their phrases in the copy. So here we can see the example. We can see that home Pilates with equipment, we use the phrase tone your whole body, and this just reflects what the users were saying to us. Next one, what I did is I added copy testing. We do a lot of usability researches, and I made sure to include questions about copy into this usability research. I wanted to share with you some questions you may ask during these tests, because it's not really a good idea to be straightforward and to ask, hey, what do you think about this or that piece of copy? Rather, we want to be more creative and make sure to rephrase these questions to not be as direct. So for example, we can ask, what does this message mean to you in your own words? And this is very important because users will use their own words, not just read what they have just seen on the screen. Or what do you expect will happen after clicking this button? Or one of my favorites, I show you this on the screen. I cover some piece of copy. For example, in this situation, I cover the description that explains and supports the title and just judged from the title and the buttons. I asked the user, oh, what do you expect this feature to do for you, or what do you expect to happen next? And this is how I understand that even if the user doesn't read the description, which happens like a lot because people usually scan, so the information that stands the most are the title and the buttons. So even if they don't read the description, they understand the main idea that we want to share with them. Yes, so here are the ways I fixed this mistake, and let's move on to mistake number 3. And this mistake I called one size fits all. So just like it's a real pet peeve for me when I go to the shop and I see that, oh, this piece of clothing is one size, I hate this, so the same goes for the copy. Let me give you some backstory. When I first came to BetterMe as a UX writer, I was asked to create a content style guide that would include the tone of voice part. And I developed it successfully. It was a challenging task, but it was really interesting to do. So we defined that our product should sound friendly and energetic, and I thought, boom, that's it, I cracked the code. So I just go ahead and use this approach to every single copy I use. And here is why it was bad. So first of all, I did not adapt my copy to the emotions of users because every message sound the same, and what works for the onboarding or celebratory messages like this friendly and energetic and motivational tone of voice, it cannot work for error messages or, God forbid, for the payment screens or the payment errors. This can really break user trust in serious moments. And after some time, I realized that maybe this is not the thing supposed to work. So what I did in this situation? So first of all, I tried to match my tone to the situation. So before even I matched my tone, I divided the voice and the tone. So while our voice was friendly and energetic, our tone still can fit the situation. So for example, for the onboarding screens, we can use some motivational and high-spirited wording, while for the error messages we can sound a little bit more helpful, supportive, and informative. So what I try to do, I firstly try to define the user needs, the use case, the value I should bring to the user. I defined what problems they may have, what challenges they face on this screen, what they need to hear right now, what they need to do after they see this screen and the message on this screen, and which emotions they can feel at the moment. And I tried to address them in my copy, matching my text to the emotional state of the user. Second of all, and please don't judge my designing skills, I created a tone map that I use myself. And on this tone map, we can see the opposite emotions for the tone. So we have informative, motivational, celebratory, and supportive. And what I did, I went ahead and I gathered all these small design elements that we can have, and I placed them on this tone map so that I have a clear reference and my copy sounds consistent. So what I mean here, for example, we see that we need to do a button. We see that, oh, the button needs to sound more motivational and more celebratory. And if we do the empty state should be more supportive and more motivational. So this gives me like one more source of truth. And also I make sure that my all empty states sound the same, and all of my tooltips sound the same, and that my error messages are not saying something funny and playful if it's not the case here, if we need to help the user on the first place. Okay, yeah, this is all I wanted to share with you about my mistake number 3. And let's move on. This is a bit not so obvious, but the thing that I really struggled with. So first, this mistake I called poetry over precision. And as I mentioned to you in the beginning, I am in the writing sphere, in the writing field for a long time, and I love writing. I love playing with words. They make me happy, honestly. And I wanted to show off my skills. So when I first switched to UX writing, I wanted to prove my value as a writer. So I wanted to use all these cool and edgy phrases. I wanted to get more fancy. And then at some points I realized that something doesn't click. And here is what was bad. So first of all, and this, like, I need to print this and put on my wall if I haven't done this already, because in UX writers we need to understand and realize that users don't want fancy, they just want to get their stuff done. And there is a saying that a good UX writing is invisible. If the user goes through the journey and they don't stumble upon any of the words, then your job is great, it's done perfectly. And also, I used a lot of phrasal verbs and idioms, and they were hard to localize because A, they may not have the equivalent in the target language, especially if we talk about some Asian languages or, I don't know, maybe some northern languages, so not the European standard languages. And also, sometimes the translators that localize our copy, they are not native English speakers, and they cannot understand the idiom, and thus they cannot translate it correctly. Or if they translate it correctly and use the descriptive translation method, it just takes a lot of space in the UI, so this is not the way things would work, ideally. And I have here an example for you. So we were doing a reward program for, not a reward, a referral program for our users, where they can invite their friends and get a reward for this. And this, I am sharing with you one of my first draft copies. So I said, grab an amazing reward for your friend. It sounds like, okay, it sounds playful, but does it transfers the message, what needs to be done, what we want them to do, what reward they will get? No, not at all. And then we have some steps, but they score a sweet discount. What discount? Who scored? What's going on? So yes, it sounds playful, but it wasn't the right time and the right wording for me to use. So after some iterations, I fixed this mistake by creating simpler, more scannable language. I also added user wording from user research, and here is you have the same screens, but before and after. Of course, we made sure to work together with product designer, so we changed the layout a bit. We made clear steps so that the user understands that they need to do A, B, and C in order to get the reward, not just any of them, but these steps are connected. And also, we made sure to give the main information first. So we said, invite friends and get $20 Amazon gift card for each of them. Clear call to action, clear result, clear benefit. Yes, it's not so playful, but it gets the job done, in my opinion. And also what we did here, I actually really like this. For each step that we created a small title, because as I mentioned before, people like to scan, and sometimes they don't dive deeper. And even if they only scan these small titles, they will understand what's going on. So they need to share referral, the friend gets a discount, and they get their reward. And we again double the name of the reward, so the user clearly understand what they are getting. Yeah. And let's move on to the last but not least mistake that I've made. It is called having no receipts. So you can see here a little bit of a mess, and here I gathered some examples that I was getting daily. So, Kate, do we need a space before AM? Do we write min or we write means? Do we need to use brackets for the water tracker? Can we use, what price format do we use? So these questions, they were little questions, so it's not a big deal to say me, oh, we actually need a space before AM, PM. It's just a few minutes, but as the time goes by, I realized that something did not work clearly here. So here why this was bad. First of all, I got these messages on a daily basis. A few of them, 2, 3, and they just took up my time. If we add up all of these questions, they really took up my time. They also interrupted the flow of my work, so I cannot work continuously on some task because I always was distracted. And also we had a lot of inconsistencies across the app because I was the only source of truth there. And honestly, I am not a robot, so I made mistakes and errors made place, and we always had some inconsistencies in the formats, in the shortening forms, so anything on the app. I had to do something about it, and here is what I did. First of all, I added rules for shortening to our content style guide. I added here each and every little piece of information that can be confusing to the designers, to the developers, to the testers, so they can refer to this document. So I added here punctuation, how we write numbers, how we write date, time, price, distance, anything. If you think that this is not important and everybody knows that we use an Oxford comma, well, I have bad news for you because it's not that obvious for the others as it may be obvious for you. So it's a good idea to have one source of truth that anyone can refer, and this can help actually be more consistent with the copy across the app. Also, I created a glossary with tricky terms we use across the app. Which terms they can be? The basic ones. Do we write login as one word or we write login as 2 separate words? And in which situation do we use any of them? Do we use login or do we use sign in? These are some standard general questions for the industry. And if we are being more health and fitness specific, because for BetterMe this is the main area we are working in. For example, we have a tricky word, workout. Do we write workout as one word or we write work and out as 2 separate words? And again, which situations do we use any of them? I created a glossary with these terms and added this glossary to the content style guide for anyone to refer. But then I faced another problem because when I did all of this job, and it took me quite a while, I still was getting these messages. Oh, how we write this? How we write that? Is this correct? Can you check please this or that screen? And I thought to myself, whoa, something doesn't work. I need to fix this. So what I did in this situation, I presented to my team this content style guide, and I made sure everybody knows what to find on this content style guide and how to use it and which piece of information you can find there. And also I make sure that all new team members, when they come to BetterMe, they know that we have this great and amazing content style guide they can refer to, and this actually really helped, and it decreased the number of these messages, little messages I get, like tremendously. I really recommend doing this. Yes, and these are basically all of my mistakes. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope that you have learned something from this presentation, because for me, these mistakes, they were not only made me a better UX writer, that made me a better teammate and made me understand users even better, because UX writing is not about getting stuff done perfectly, but about showing up, asking questions, and learning as we go. So this is still a continuous process, and I'm sure I will be making a lot more mistakes, but I will be learning from them, and I wish you guys can learn from my mistakes as well. Thank you so much for attention.
Hi and welcome, guys. Today we are going to deep dive into the world of feedback, requirements, and a little bit decision making. So let's imagine that we are launching an app or a feature, and suddenly you got bombarded with the feedback. And how do you know what matters? So that's exactly what we will focus on today. My name is Sofia, and I'm business analyst at TechMagic. So as business analyst, I work a lot with development and design teams, and sometimes I notice that in case you don't have business analyst or someone who is responsible for organizing the requirements and the feedback, you might feel overwhelmed. And today I will try to give you a toolkit that would help you to navigate in this situation when you are the one responsible for the feedback, collecting feedback, and creating some solutions based on that feedback. So let's start. Let's start from the very first slide that actually illustrates that situation. I wonder if you've ever been to that situation. I have been to that many times. So you have collected the feedback, and suddenly you realize that you're drowning, right? And the first ideas that might have appeared in your team, someone says, okay, let's do whatever John said. And what happened then? Nothing. It didn't help you. You will continue drowning. And the reason why, and why this comment is a trap, because you might make decision based on who was the loudest, instead of making some reasonable solutions that would help the users and fix their problems and would help them to avoid their pain points. So that's a trap that we will try to avoid today. We will try to make a reasonable decision, and to do that, I would share some tips and tricks with you today. So let's start from the process. So process is the key. As a business analyst, I truly believe that processes and structure really helps every single team. So first of all, as you might have heard, there is quantity and quality data. So quantity data tells you how many and how much, while quality data tells you why. And actually the requirements, they lay somewhere in the middle. So it's in the perfect world, you would need to have both quantity and quality data to make a good decision, Today, we will focus on quality data because it's very complex. It's like you receive a lot of comments, like a bunch of text, and you never receive it in a clear way. You receive a lot of emotions, a lot of noise, and we will try to make sure that what we collect is something that we can eventually transform into the requirement. So let's start from the process. So when you work with the feedback, first of all, you gotta collect it. So that's the main goal. You collect it. You can collect it from customer support, from comments in social media or App Store or Google reviews. You might have conducted a research, maybe usability study or interviews. So you need to collect it. Once you have it, you need to synthesize that. You should get rid of noise and emotions and convert it into something that could be clustered and gathered into patterns. After that, we would need to prioritize these patterns because you might have heard a lot of ideas, but it doesn't really matter that all the ideas would eventually transform into the requirements that you have to implement immediately. And then when we prioritized the feedback we've received, we would transform that into something actionable. Since I am, as a business analyst, I work with development team, I usually transform that into user story, but it depends on where you work and on your processes inside of your company. You might transform that into hypothesis that you would need to test, into problem statement, or anything else. It doesn't really matter. I believe the process should remain. I will describe how I work with user stories today. So once you've done that, then that's time to shine. For your design team or for the development team, that's exactly time when you need to brainstorm, create awesome ideas, and offer kind of solution. So before we proceed to the time when design team is truly shining, we need to focus on requirements and the process on how to analyze that messy, sometimes chaotic feedback. That's what we're gonna do today. And to show you that in some practical case, I have selected the use case for today's conversation. So let's imagine that we have a persona, a dental nurse, and we have equipment maintenance booking app. So we have a nurse that is trying to book equipment maintenance via the booking app. That's going to be the use case for today, and we will focus on examples around that topic. So first of all, since we are talking about the feedback, the crucial thing is how we actually collect it. So that's why we need to focus on listening and biases, because knowing how listening is important and how to manage your biases is one of the most powerful skills when you conduct an interview or when you talk to your users in any way. So that what actually turns very surface level conversation into some deep insights. So it helps you to see what users say, what they mean, and it also helps you to see what they really need, and even if sometimes they are afraid to say that directly, that would help you to see the real meaning behind these words that you can hear when you talk to your users directly. So we will try to focus on that, and I'll provide some examples on how to actually use it in your interviews or in any conversation. So we'll start from active listening. Active listening is a powerful skill and technique that would not only help you in when you talk to your users, but it can also help you in your personal life. Try it with your friends, with your spouse, and you would see how it actually improves your daily communication. So the key feature behind active listening is that's a technique that helps you to be present here, to hear what person is saying without interrupting or judging, and without offering any solution right away. That's a trap that we all as experts might be victims of. So basically, when you are trying to jump to solution, you as an expert, you've heard the problem and you immediately know how to fix it. remember, this is not the goal when you're talking to a user directly, if we are talking about interviews and collecting feedback, because when you do that, you unconsciously trying to confirm that your idea is good and that you are right, and the person that you're talking to would usually agree with you. But I would say that's usually too early to offer something. Again, if we are talking about discovery interview when you're trying to figure out the problem itself. So be careful, don't do that, and try to place your ego somewhere aside. So let's see an example. We have our nurse, Adam. Adam says, sometimes when I try to book a service, I'm not sure if it actually went through. There's no clear confirmation, so I keep checking if the status changed, right? And it wastes my time. So if we are not practicing active listening, we might have answered something like that. Well, okay, so you don't know if the booking was successful, got it. Let's move on to the notification. All right, what is wrong with that statement? First of all, it cuts the user short. So instead of acknowledging the emotional frustrations, instead of inviting for further explanation, you just summarized what you've heard and you decided to move on. You might have done it because you're not interested. You might have done it because you have a script and you have to follow it. But you missed a very good chance to get more insights and to build a rapport between you and your participant. So it doesn't show any empathy. So the user he explains the frustration while we have just ignored it. And it closes the loop too early. So it doesn't give you a chance to talk more. You decided to move to the other topic. But what if in the phrase that we've just heard, there is a big problem behind that, but we just missed the chance to discuss it? If we follow active listening, we could have said something like, well, sounds like the lack of feedback is creating uncertainty and slowing down your workflow, especially when you're already busy. So you didn't ask something, right? But that statement helped you to build empathy. It helped you to validate the emotions of the person. It helped you to reflect the meaning and explain that you've heard the person. And it invited for conversation and for deeper insights. If you say something like that, Adam, he might have given you even more information. He might have said something, and give you more insight on the situations that he has just raised. So be careful with that. And try to practice, as I mentioned, active listening with your friends, and you can see how your conversation and your trust could even grow when you try that. Next technique is called clarifying and probing questions. It's a very good one, and it helps you to find the reason and the real reason beyond very vague statements and uncover real reasons of that behavior or frustration. These questions are open-ended, and it helps user to reflect and elaborate on the topic. So let's see an example again. It takes too long to book something, Adam said. Too broad, right? We don't know what exactly has happened here, but we hear that there is a problem. If we follow that technique, we could ask something like that. If we don't follow that technique, let's use that example first. If we don't follow the technique, we then ask, well, but it should only take you seconds. Did you try refreshing? What happened here? You just annoyed the person, to be honest. So it's very dismissive. So you're not clarifying. Instead, you're trying to say there's something wrong with the person. Maybe he's lazy. Maybe he doesn't know how to use the system. So it's dismissive, and it's just not building trust between both of you. You've probably had this situation when you called some kind of customer support. For example, if you have ever had issues with internet in your home, you've probably called customer support, and the first question they ask is usually, did you try plugging in your router? Of course you did, right? So again, when they ask something like that, you immediately are aggressive and you don't trust that person, and it feels like they don't want to help you, right? So be careful with that. Don't ask these questions even though you feel that there's something wrong with the way the person used the system. Instead, you could have asked something like that. Is it the loading time or the number of steps that makes it feel long? When you do this, it narrows down the problem in a very respectful way. So instead of making assumptions, it offers user to, it opens the door and helps user to explain what exactly happened. You're guiding user to the problem and you're not judging them at that moment. And it validates the concerns that Adam has just explained, and it's very neutral and not judgmental. So you're not saying, well, there's something wrong with you. You're actually asking, hey, can you explain more? What's wrong with that? Is it the loading time, the steps? Can you tell me more? So again, it gives you a chance to find insights. So don't close the conversation when you hear very broad comment. Try to go deeper, ask more questions, and see how that would affect the results. So that about listening. There are a lot of listening techniques, but these are the ones that I found the most helpful. The other thing that affects the way the interview goes is called biases. So biases are crucial, and it's crucial to be aware of your personal biases. Biases doesn't mean that you're a bad person, but it just means that's just a side effect of society. Since we are all social creatures, naturally we have some biases. So first one that we will discuss today is called fundamental attribution error. So fundamental attribution error is when you overemphasize person's personality, like being careless, lazy, and so on, instead of understanding the situation and the environment and how it influences the user behavior. So imagine a situation when you are driving on a highway, someone cuts you off. The first idea that you have, oh, he's an idiot, right? He doesn't care about other people. While if you are aware of your bias and what could actually happen, what if that person was rushing to the hospital? What if that person was distracted by the baby on the backseat? What if there was a problem with the GPS and the person was just distracted and maybe missed the exit? So there could be a lot of reasons why that situation happened and why the person behaved this way. So that's important to keep in mind that you might be a victim, let's say, of that bias, and let's see how that affects the interview and the questions we are asking. So we have our user, Pauline, and Pauline said, I often skip confirmation screen when I book a service. So if you are following your bias, you would think something, well, she's just not careful, probably she's not detail oriented. And that is the problem, because instead of asking more questions, you would consider that she is the problem. And that's the reason why she behaved this way is just because she's careless. But there might be some actual problems with user experience. So instead of blaming Pauline, instead of having that curtain of biases, we could have asked more questions, and maybe we would uncover that the problem is actually in the environment she's working in. Maybe the problem is with the design. We don't know. So we need to put that bias aside and try to deep dive and ask more meaningful questions. So the key was that we instead could have asked something like that. Could the confirmation screen be too busy? Maybe it's easy to miss. Maybe it's easy to miss if she's under pressure. So when we put the bias aside, we shift the focus. So we don't ask what's wrong with the user. Instead, we ask what's wrong with the system. So that's how we work with that bias. The other bias that could affect you is called implicit bias. Implicit bias is basically unconscious belief and stereotypes that shapes how you perceive or treat someone with deliberate intention, without any deliberate intention. Again, it doesn't make you a bad person, but that might happen quite often, and that's really important to know that can happen to you. So if you follow that implicit bias and you're conducting an interview, do you remember the case when Adam said that he liked to call the support instead? So if we follow that bias, we would ask something like that. I'm guessing that you don't usually handle the tech stuff. Is that the reason why you prefer calling instead? So that actually doesn't help you again. It reflects your stereotype without any evidence. It shapes the rest of conversation in this way. The user might feel like you don't understand him. They might feel annoyed again, and you're influencing actually the information he would give you if you ask this question. He might even believe, oh, maybe I'm not tech savvy, and then the conversation would be shifted. So if you are aware of your biases and if you ask a good question, you could have asked something like that. When the equipment needs servicing, how do you usually handle the booking process? So in this version, you keep your question open, you respect the user's role and capabilities, you are not dismissive, and you avoid your stereotypes. So that open question, again, opens the door. So I would give you an example from my experience, previous one. Once I've had a customer that reported that the button in the app doesn't work, and he was insisting that it doesn't work. Our team, we tested the app in different devices, different softwares. We logged in on their user account, and we were sure that the button works. We sent him a screenshot explaining what to do, and we were insisting that the app works. But the customer was still insisting that we don't understand, it doesn't work, he tried everything, it doesn't work. What we did, we then organized a call, an interview, and what we uncovered? We uncovered that the person is actually elderly gentleman, and he wasn't tech savvy, while we thought that he's an expert, because the nature of that app, like most of our users were quite young. He wasn't. He was very nice but elderly gentleman. And the mistake we sent him a screenshot, we highlighted the button, and we said, click this button. What he did click the button, but on a screenshot. We didn't expect that. We wasted a lot of time because we were biased. We didn't know that we should give more details and explain the problem in a different way. So, key thing to remember, interviews, it's very powerful technique. It would help you to get more context. It would help you to save time. And if you know your biases, it would help you to get better insights. So let's move on. Oh yeah, the reality, right? It's very nice to talk about techniques and to say that they are important. We all know that. But the truth is, just knowing the technique is not enough. Listening is a practice, and it takes practice. Even with all the frameworks in your mind, I catch myself making mistakes even now. Sometimes I interrupt too soon. Sometimes I ask leading questions. Sometimes I assume something without asking. But the difference is I notice it now and I reflect on it. And because I know what is good listening, and because I know that there might be some biases, I can do better next time. So that's the reason why I'm sharing that techniques with you. That's the real power, and having that knowledge would help you to be better and make better interviews in the future. But be kind to yourself, watch your interviews, debrief your interview with the team, and you'll see how your next interview would be much better than your previous one. So that's just something to encourage you, right? Good. So we've conducted an interview. Now we have a lot of data. What do we do with the data, right? So let's discuss the patterns and the trends. We need to move to something more practical. So we have a lot of quotes. We gotta collect them and store them in single place. Then we would try to find some patterns and tags. We'll try to unite that information in some clusters. and then we would create semantic analysis table. That's a powerful artifact that would help you to summarize everything you've just collected, everything you've received from different sources. So let's start from centralizing your feedback. To do that, you might use tools like FigJam, Miro, Lucid. You could do that in Google Sheets or in Microsoft. I usually use just sticky notes for this purpose. And here you can see example from my recent research. Here I have a lot of sticky notes, and each sticky note represents the quote or the problem. I also used colors. Colors are very helpful because it helps you not to be quite overwhelmed with the information you have on your board. In my case, I used that to color code the groups of people or the person who was saying some kind of information. You could use that for the other purposes if you wish. Now, when we have a huge dashboard with quotes, we need to find semantic and conceptual similarities. We will need to find some clusters. If you did your interview well, and if you planned it properly, and if you started with a goal and you didn't ask some random questions, then you would definitely see some clusters and some similar problems. If you have, I'm pretty sure that you will, if you don't have any similarities, get back to the way you've conducted interview. Maybe there was some problems with that. But I'm pretty sure that you would have some patterns, and it would be quite hard, but it would be a great effort that you need to have here. You could do it on your own, but it's very beneficial to work in teams and to encourage your teammates to help you with that. You need to find something that unites the quotes that you've just heard. Let's see an example. We've heard something like, I didn't get confirmation message, I had to check twice if the request went through, I just call instead, it's more reliable. So the theme that could unite these quotes could be lack of booking confirmation and trust. For example, try that with all the quotes you have, try to unite them, and once you do that, you now are ready to create the table. So there are a couple of columns. There would be 2 slides. So the first column is theme. That's the theme we've just created. The next column is description. It's you need to have it to give you more context, or why did you call that theme this way, because over time you might forget. Then you have a column called frequency. That's how many times you've heard that pattern. It's very important to have it. Then we have a column mentioned by. You have it as optional. As the reason why I have it optional is because of the policies that you can have inside of your company. If it's not allowed because of the GDPR or any other regulations, you can just skip it. If you are allowed to have it, it's always beneficial to have it, because then you can, over time, you would understand who said that. And if you need more information, you would know whom to ask that, right? Then the next column is called quotes. You can collect the most heartbreaking quote, I would say, or you can collect all the quotes. It depends on the amount of feedback you've received. Then the important column is called action item. I have it here because sometimes when you have a pattern, it's just not enough. Usually you need to do something around that. If you have a big organization or a huge one, you might be not the right person to decide something immediately, and you might need some additional steps, like in my case here, arrange brainstorming session, discuss the priority with CFO, and so on. Maybe you would need some more actions to finally have a decision around that pattern. And then we have a column that is called impact, and the next one is called priority. I mark them as optional because in some scenarios you might be not the right person to decide what is the impact or priority. You might need your colleagues to help you with that. You might need, as I mentioned, some brainstorming session before you're ready to say what is the impact and priority. So we will get back to that. So far it's optional, but in fact it's very, very important. It is actually the core of that table, and that's why you actually need that table. So let's see how the prioritization helps. Prioritization is a key. It helps us to keep the focus. It helps us to avoid decision paralysis, and it helps us to align across the teams. So even if you're not the person to prioritize, let's keep in mind that prioritization is not only about technique, it's about understanding the business, it's about understanding the strategy. So let's see the tips and tricks. So before we move to prioritization of our patterns and the problems we've heard from our users, we need to define the prioritization goal. What problems we are trying to solve? What is our business strategy? For whom we are trying to solve it? Why does it matter? So that's not something that ChatGPT could help you with. That's something that you need to work with your team to figure it out. Then it's important to have your risks in mind. When you discuss risks early, it helps to make prioritization more helpful, I would say, and effective. Only after that, we could move to prioritization techniques and selecting these techniques. There are a bunch of them. I wouldn't say that you need to use this one or the other one. It really depends on your preference, on your company. For example, me, I use RISE because that's more data oriented, but I wouldn't say that it works in every single scenario. That's more up to you. So once we did that, once we did prioritization on our own or with our team, let's get back to our table and let's update the impact and priority. When you do that, you would see how some patterns move to the top and the other ones move to the bottom. Now you know that doesn't mean that you need to do everything you have in your table. Some of the topics might be even closed, might be irrelevant, and so on. So prioritization helps you to focus and not to panic, right? It's crucial, and it's really important to make it to follow prioritization after your table with patterns is ready. Good. Now we have transformation. So you have your patterns, you have your quotes, but it's not a requirement yet. Sometimes it's too broad for the team to start designing or development. So let's discuss the user story and why I love this technique. First of all, it's short, it's simple, it describes feature, but it leaves room for the team to be creative and brainstorm on the solution. What is the format of user story? SN, type of user, I want some goal, so that, some reason. Also, when you work on user story, you need to follow SMART principles. So your user story got to be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And let's see what can we do based on the pattern we've just discovered during our interviews. So we can convert our pattern that was called some kind of issues with booking. Our pattern was called booking confirmation issues. We had some people there, we had some quotes. We decided that it has high priority for our company. And what we can do with that, we can transform that into user stories that could sound like this. As a dental nurse, I want to receive a clear confirmation after submitting a booking request so that I can be sure that the equipment will be serviced and I don't need to allow to follow up by phone, which could delay care and affect patient safety. So we started with quote saying, your app doesn't make sense, I prefer to call support instead. We asked good questions during the interview. We uncovered some insights. We grouped those insights. We prioritized our insights. And then we converted the quote into the user story. This user story is now ready to be presented to the design or development team. And that user story would help them to focus on the user, on the problem, and on the reason why this problem is critical for the user. So that's actually time for the team to shine. That's actually time for the team to create something really creative and to brainstorm on various possible solutions. That could be a pop-up, that could be redesigns, that could be a lot of different items. So we finished our journey for today, but I wish you very adventurous and good journeys in your day-to-day job. I hope that the toolkit and the techniques that I shared with you today would help you to conduct better interviews, to find insights, and to generate something actionable when you hear very generic quotes. I wish you best of luck, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me, and wish you an awesome day or evening. See ya!
Hello, I am Anna and I am a product designer at TestGorilla. I have about 5 years of experience in design and more than 2 years of working with accessibility. I am a certified professional in accessibility core competencies, and accessibility is not my primary area of work, but as a designer, I was interested in learning more about that and understanding on how I can incorporate accessibility in my work. So over time, I become more and more interested in it by learning how important it is and how frustrating it can be when the web is not accessible. And today, my talk would be about screen readers specifically. And I want to cover what screen reader is, how you can use it, and how screen reader users browse the web, and how you can design for them or start considering accessibility for screen readers in your design process or when testing your product. So why I'm talking about screen readers specifically today and not about other accessibility aspects that designer can address, such as color contrast, consistency, navigation, labeling, etc. Because I think that these topics are usually more popular and widely discussed, and when it comes to screen readers, not many designers think about this experience or test their products using one. And today I want to give you an overview that would be quite useful for me when I just started learning about accessibility, about screen readers, so you can understand what they are, how they work, and what you can do to start improving your designs for them. And in general, screen readers help us I think beyond just visuals that we can see on our websites, help create more inclusive experiences, and also highlight the impact of overall page structure, wording, hierarchy, headers, labeling, etc. And they show the difference between something that looks good and something that works for everyone. So, what is Screen Reader? Screen Reader is a software tool that transforms accessible content into audio output or braille output. But today I want to talk specifically about audio output. Accessible content in this case can be any text visible on the page or available in the code, and all these text alternatives provided for purely visual content like images or icons. And there are many screen readers available. It's not just one tool. Just like we have different browsers that we can choose from, there are multiple screen readers. The most popular ones are JAWS, NVIDIA, and VoiceOver. And VoiceOver and Narrator are free built-in tools that you can start using because they are easily available. And JAWS, for example, is the most popular screen reader, but you have to pay to use it. And NVIDIA is something that you have to install additionally. So that just to start, you can use your built-in software. And different screen readers can provide different output based on their settings, their capabilities, or how they are developed. And this output also depends on the browser that you use your screen reader with. And on this slide you can see compatibility and popularity data for different screen readers and browsers based on a WebAIM survey. So they asked the screen reader users about their preferences on screen readers and browsers, and you can see what would be the most popular combinations. And it's useful to test your website using different screen readers and browsers, just because, as I mentioned, they can provide different output so that you can have different experience depending on the tools that you are using. And it's useful to consider the most popular tools to make sure that you cover most experiences. And also it might seem that you have to be quite highly proficient in these tools to be able to analyze your website and to find accessibility issues, but that's not true. And based on the same survey from WebAIM, it shows that less than half of users are intermediate or beginner level, depending on their needs. And as a designer, you don't have to be a very advanced user of screen reader to be able to just test your website or to understand how it works to consider in your designs. So learning the basics is enough to start. And in this case, I will be using a screen reader VoiceOver for macOS, because you can also find similar information about other screen readers, but it would be quite similar. So how to use a screen reader? In terms of basics, you have to understand, first of all, how to turn on a screen reader, because it's important. Then you need to understand how to navigate interactive components, which is quite similar to standard keyboard navigation using Tab and Shift Tab. And also you can navigate just all elements on your page, including text or images, using arrows. And also you can use also Enter, Space, or Escape to also interact with your components on the page. Of course, you can improve your knowledge over time using learning resources like Deku, which provide cheat sheets on different screen readers and their shortcuts. But the basics should be enough for you to start your journey. So when you turn on screen reader, a small window will appear where you will be able to see in textual format everything that is currently being announced by screen reader. And when you use Tab or Shift Tab, you move between interactive components on your page, such as links, buttons, tabs, and other components. And screen reader will announce their label and their role, and their state if applicable, for example, link or button. And when you use arrows to navigate instead of tab, you can go through all items on the page. And as you can see in this example, you can move going through the text, content, or images. And it's a great way to check your website if you are not proficient with different shortcuts, to understand, for example, if all your images include alternative text, and to listen how it's being announced by screen reader. Or, for example, if all components are announced correctly, if all their labels are announced and their purpose is clear. And of course, to navigate, to interact with elements, you should use Enter, Space, depending on the component, because they can also have different settings, and press Escape to close windows, menus, or overlays. And it's also important to keep in mind that screen reader users usually have more advanced techniques to browse your website. For example, the same WebAIM survey shows that when navigating a lengthy page, 70% of users choose to navigate by headings, not by using tabs or arrows. So in this case, you can see on this example that when you navigate using the H key, it allows you to jump just between headings. And this is very useful when you want to get a quick overview of the page, what you can find in different sections and different parts of an article, for example, without going through every item. And understanding this behavior is important because this gives this understanding why you should structure your content logically, why you should provide quite clear headings and labels so that users can actually understand what is going on your website. And also it's important that all components are also implemented correctly. Because if you don't use semantic code, you will not be able to provide this experience because the text, the headings will behave just like text and not as headings. Or for example, if you navigate via different tables, if they are implemented correctly, screen reader also will be able to understand this component and also navigate to it and announce. So it's important to provide logical content and implement it in correct way so that advanced users can also operate your website more smoothly. And while it's very useful to test your own site to find obvious or big issues, it's very important to test your content, your website using usability testing with real screen reader users to identify more minor problems or something that you wouldn't be able to catch just because you are not an advanced screen reader user who applies this knowledge every day. And a great resource to understand it a bit better is article by Slava Shestopalo, where he explains on how they tested their website with screen reader users, users with blindness, how they prepared, recruited users, and what it's important to consider during the session. So it's quite useful to get this overview of how you can do that with real users. And as I mentioned before, screen reader users mostly perceive the web by hearing it. So it's important to provide accessible textual alternatives that give them useful and important information. For example, on this slide you can see two images, and one of them has quite generic alternative text, image PNG, or something quite similar. And unfortunately, it's quite common and used for many inaccessible images. And the problem is not only that is will not be available for screen reader users, but also some automated testing tools might consider this image as accessible just because it has some alternative text included. So that it's important to provide correct alternative text. Another image includes another variant, cat choosing a cardboard box over newly purchased luxury cat bed, and it gives a user clearer understanding, and it also provides this shared experience, conveys humor, and all users can perceive this information that you wanted to share with them. And also in general, it's quite useful to turn off all visual content on your website to understand how usable it without these visual additions, just with textual information. One way to do that is to turn off all CSS styles in your product, and in that case you will see just raw HTML structure. And this will be the order in which the content is placed on your website and the order that screen reader will follow. And it makes it easier to check if the flow is logical and if all interactive components are positioned where users would expect them. And another option is also to check alternative text, is to simulate slow internet connection. In that case, images will not load and you will see alternative text near those broken images. And as you can see, alternative text is useful not just for screen readers, but also for users with slow internet connection, because in that case, they will be able to understand at least what happens on that page. And in general, applying all this testing and verifying your product, your designs as an outcome, you can provide and do accessibility audit, where you can include all acceptance criteria or success criteria from web content accessibility guidelines. You can include specifically related to screen readers or overall accessibility success criteria, and you can provide information on what is currently implemented or if there are any issues available. And based on that audit, you can next perform further improvements to your website. But just to start, it can be enough for you to get a high-level overview of your website and just see if everything is being announced and you can operate and navigate all your pages correctly. And as a designer, you can work on screen reader accessibility at two primary levels: design system level and page or content more local level. And at design system level, you can define how common components like buttons, links, dropdowns, etc. Are announced and how they will work with a keyboard. It's very useful to ensure accessibility at this level, because it makes much more difference in terms of how your product can be operated and how it's accessible, because these components will be used across all pages, and improving it at the design system level makes it much easier to make your other pages, when these components implemented, more accessible. And of course, there are some page or content level issues that can be resolved just locally by designer or developer. For example, providing alternative text for images, contextual labeling, custom components that are not included in design system, dynamic announcements, hidden content, and more. As an example, you may have in your design system a page which is like notification page, and in a real situation, even when it's applied in your app, you may not predict where it will be exactly used. For example, it can be used as notifications, or to show how many filters were applied, or to show that new tasks were added for you. So it's difficult to predict the behavior, if it should be announced dynamically for users, or just communicate some additional information like filters applied, or also be more dynamic for new tasks. And when it comes to this local content and page level updates, for example, as I mentioned before, alternative text should always be available for images, especially for informative images, but it should also consider the context in which this image appears. There are a lot of AI instruments available currently where you can provide image and get alternative text, but you should also consider the context. For example, for this image of a cat, you can create alternative text depending on the context. For example, if this image is used on an art gallery site, it can be described more in terms of the painting style, colors, tones, history of this painting. But if it's added on a paint supply store where brushes and oils and paints are being sold, it might be described more in terms of the type of brushes, paint used, what techniques were applied, etc. So it's important not just to provide the most correct text describing the image, but also to consider what context you apply to this image. So you are not just providing alternative text, but you are providing alternative methods of perceiving the information that you wanted to provide with this image. So it's important to think about your specific audience and their needs and what is important for them. Another consideration is about content flexibility, because your content, your text on your website can be also announced differently to screen reader users depending on the settings, on the code setup that is ensured, so that you can provide different user experience for screen reader users. One of examples is around dynamic content changes. For example, if you have new notifications or messages, updates, or snack bars appearing, they are likely to be announced to screen reader users dynamically, which means that page doesn't reload, but something changes in the content. And one of the methods is to apply in the code area labels, area life polite or assertive, for example. And also, depending on how urgent those updates are, if they should interrupt what screen reader is currently announcing to provide this very important information, or if it can wait until it stops and then provide these updates. So it's also useful to understand these implications and limitations to consider experience of screen reader users. Or some content can be hidden for screen reader users. For example, some decorative elements like dividers or images without any information or icons, they can be also hidden specifically for screen reader users, so they have less noise when navigating your website. Or, for example, screen reader only content. In this example, a quite popular pattern is used on e-commerce websites where alt price is presented with applied formatting, so that it's clear for you when you see this website and this card that it's alt price, and new discounted price is bolded. And in that case, if you perceive this information visually, you can understand what happens. But if you navigate it with screen reader, they will not have these differences in terms of formatting. They will not announce it differently, so it will be just two different numbers announced. So in that case, you can provide additional labels that will be available just for screen readers. And you can add something like before sale and discounted price labels. But it's also important to consider for such screen reader only content that some users with low vision or dyslexia may still perceive the content visually. So best practice would be to provide the same information that is available on the website, that is presented on the website, for screen readers as well. So users will be less confused when what's being announced differs from the visual presentation on the website. And also when it comes to labels and instructions, it's important to avoid relying on sensory characteristics or incorrect link text when giving instructions. For example, instead of saying the green button moves you to the next step, you can say the continue button moves you to the next step. Because in this case, it's not only inaccessible for screen reader users, because you cannot understand what is green button if you don't perceive content visually. And also it's not accessible for people with color blindness, because they may not understand what button is green on the screen. So it's better to rely on labels to point to the content, or use at least several sensory characteristics to explain objects on the page. Or, for example, you can read all instructions in the section on the right can be replaced with you can find all instructions in the instructions section. Because it's not only inaccessible for screen reader users, because they may not understand where is right on the screen when you just hear all information, just like in that HTML example, but also might be not accessible for users with different devices, screen sizes, because on responsive website, the section on the right can move to any place on the page. And for links as well, instead of using click here label, it's much more useful to use descriptive link text like view event details. It's not only useful for screen reader users who can navigate the page using tab by interactive components, and if they will just click here, it would be a less enjoyable experience for them. But also in terms of general scannability of the page, it's much easier to also scan specific names of the links rather than these generic names. And then when it comes to design system, it's important to define keyboard behavior and screen reader announcements and expectations. And in that case, every place where you use this component, it's likely to be accessible. So it's also important to consider best practices of how components should be navigated and announced, because even components that look similar, for example, the ones that used to select options, radio buttons and checkboxes, but they have different navigation patterns. Radio buttons use tab to move into this group of buttons, and to navigate between items you should use arrows. But for checkboxes, you will move into the group and navigate between items using just tab. So it's also important to ensure that users don't have to relearn or be confused by interactions on your product. And as useful resources to learn about the specific patterns that should be considered, so it's useful for you to provide in specifications, in documentation, components guidelines, design system guidelines, and also something that should be incorporated by developers in code to ensure that the components are accessible. And to learn about that, you can use Area Authoring Practice Guide, for example, and you can find there some explanations on how the component should behave with keyboard and how it should be set up from code perspective to also be more accessible and follow standard patterns. And another one is Magenta A11Y, is a resource with acceptance criteria for different components as well. And there you can find acceptance criteria on how your component should behave when you interact with it using keyboard or screen reader. So that it's very useful to learn about these behaviors when you test your product website using screen readers, and also useful to include in your documentation of components. And when it comes to documentation and guidelines, it's also useful to look into design systems that consider accessibility, because you can also find either ready requirements that you can reuse or also get inspired by their structure. For example, US Web Design System is a government design system, and they have quite strong accessibility documentation. And for example, for each component, they will also include requirements and checklist on how this component should be accessible and how it should behave with screen readers, so that it's also useful for you to get this total overview of a component. Or for example, eBay Mind patterns, they also provide some tips and documentation that will assist developers and designers on how to build more accessible e-commerce websites and components. And also, for example, in Red Hat design system, you can find even dedicated page for screen readers, so that they have this overall documentation on screen readers, so that even new team members arrive to your company, they can have this overview and read documentation on how that works and why you should do that. And another good example is Carbon Design System by IBM, and they also include accessibility as part of the guidelines and as part of documentation for each component. And you can interact with all their components to also understand how it should behave with keyboard or with screen reader. So in general, it's quite useful to learn and view these design systems that ensure accessibility, because it means that if you learn more from their patterns and apply these patterns to your designs and to your specifications that you then provide to developers, it would more likely be accessible. And it's also useful to watch how advanced screen reader users use and navigate your products and in general different websites. And for example, this video of a blind developer using Visual Studio to code, compile, debug, and they do that entirely with a screen reader. And Visual Studio has structured navigation, settings, clear announcements, customization, shortcuts, and it's quite inspiring to see that such complex tool provides a very accessible environment that allows everyone to showcase their skills and to do their work without any limitation of the tools that they're using. And that's all from my side. I hope this overview makes it easier and less scary for you to get into this topic of screen readers, to start using it, to understand better the experience, and to explore how this can be applied to your product and to your designs. And I hope that it will help you not only to look at your designs differently, but also hear them differently. Thank you.
Good afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time you're watching this. My name's Anton, and today we are going to talk about something that is pretty dear to my heart and something that is quite important nowadays, I'm saying. We are going to talk about sort of the trade-offs and the hidden costs and benefits of working with AI nowadays. I understand that maybe you will have already seen a bunch of this and heard it from a lot of different places. But I feel like this is such an important topic that it is worth reiterating that again. And if it's worth diving a little bit deeper into the current process of software development, basically, that has changed so much over the past 3 or so years. So with the advent of ChatGPT and other AI models. A little bit of background about myself. My name is Anton. I've been working in the software engineering industry for the past 10 or so years. I started very, very early, basically fresh out of school. And currently, I'm a senior software engineer and a solutions architect at TechMagic, who is the organizer of this beautiful conference. I'm primarily focusing on AI and primarily focusing on the implementation details now, but I have also extensively worked with the technology over the past few years, and feel like I'm more or less competent to talk about what I've seen in my observations. We're also going to talk a little bit about some of the projects that I've done, but very briefly, and more about the takeaways that I've seen from So the title of the talk is The Cost of Easy, and we are going to talk about exactly about that. We're going to talk about what you feel like might be an easy way out, but in most cases it's actually not. We live in a pretty interesting reality nowadays. We live in a reality where something like this, I've rebuilt this 7 times in 2 weeks, kind of makes sense, and something that is even maybe expected from some people. But we live in this world of increasingly rapid iteration over the product that we are building. In this particular case, I'm not going to dive too deeply into this right now, but I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But basically, this is sort of the first version of the system, and this is the 7th version of the system. As you can see, it's gotten way, way, way more complex, and it's gotten like that over the course of 2 weeks, which would basically be unheard of in the past, just with the sheer amount of code that would have to be written for this to work. I'm going to elaborate more on this diagram a little bit later, but what this is a context engine for one of the systems that's one of the AI systems that I was working on. And it's gone through 7 different iterations. I'm going to go through those iterations a little bit later just to sort of explain how we've gotten to this monstrosity here. However, I feel like not necessarily we've been lied to, but we have definitely been overpromised, let's call it that. And especially with the recent release of GPT-5, where you could call that sort of an AI Dieselgate or something like that, where basically the version of it that was given to the insiders and the version that was actually released are vastly different, and the experiences that people are having after the release are much worse than what was shown to the insiders that then made very rating videos about this full topic. And basically what we were promised was faster development, much better code quality, and much more time for creative work. But what we've gotten is much faster development. Yes, that's true. However, an insane amount of disposable code and a learning crisis on our hands. I'm going to elaborate a bit more on that a little bit later, but that's basically it. And obviously, a bit more squeezing of the workforce by the corporations. As it usually happens with the big productivity boosts that are happening. But we're gonna get bullet here. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on each of these what we got things. We have fundamentally changed the process how we iterate over our product. And that I'm saying that's not just with small startups, but I'm saying that with larger corporations as well. And the way they do it is in the MVP phase, while the smaller startups usually do that as their whole business, basically. Everything is throwaway now. So you no longer plan, design, and build, and repeat that process over and over again, where the lead time basically to getting a feature out is quite long. We now basically make everything throwaway. So we try something, we test it, we throw it away, we try again, we ship, we try again, and this repeats in a never-ending cycle. This is kind of a new agile, you can call it, where this is sort of the classic one, and this is the new way of it. And less people are able to accomplish much more in a much shorter time and get features out to users in a much shorter lead time. That has obviously led to some quality decreases over the industry, but that's a whole other story. But generally speaking, we are trying to solve the user's problems as fast as possible. Coming back to the diagram that I've shown you in the very beginning of this talk, the 7 approaches in 14 days, and I was the only person working on this, so this is not like I've had a team behind me. But basically, the 7 iterations that we went through is the simple vector search for the context, which kind of sort of works, but not really. And as it has been proven multiple times in the studies, the RAG, or retrieval augmented generation for AI models, is not necessarily the most accurate way to improve the content accuracy. We have then gone to a third-party integration. In this particular case, I tried using a startup called Supermemory, which kind of worked, but again, didn't give me the results that I was hoping for. We then went to some hierarchy the context, where basically we are gradually building it and pulling in the content that is related to the other content that was already pulled in, basically, which was then powered by these graph-based relationships that were built by the AI model before, like processing the content before the content is actually added to the database. Then we went to this part of the hybrid retrieval system, where basically the AI itself has a very limited amount of context, but then it has the understanding of what additional content exists in the system, and queries the context itself and deciding what to retrieve. Then we went to this to a sort of memory augmented approach, where we are also storing all the past interactions with the system and are using that to pull in relevant content. This led to a bit of an echo chamber approach, where basically you get the things that you have already gotten in the past, more or less. But we have fixed that. Well, I have fixed that with some dynamic reasoning, where maybe you have seen how Cursor works or all the other AI code errors, where it's doing something, then thinking, then doing something, then thinking, then doing something again. That's basically what this is. And that led to some impressive results, which I'm going to talk a little bit, talk about in a little bit. But generally speaking, the main difference between the traditional and AI-assisted development is that planning has dramatically decreased in time. And what happens is you can basically do a lot of sort of brainstorming that you would have to gather a lot of people to talk about. You can do a lot of that with the AI system, and then you can verify that with actual real humans. There is much less fear of sunken cost, where basically the writing of the code, the sheer number of lines of code, is no longer the most the thing that takes you the most time as a developer, especially building these smaller systems. We're not talking about large enterprises where you write 10 lines of code per week, but you actually have to do an insane amount of thinking before doing that. We're talking about just building something. And the experimentation cost is much lower as a result of that, because you as a developer spend much less time actually writing code, because a lot of it can be generated. This all usually leads to user wins. Here, as I talked about a little bit like a few minutes ago, you can see that basically the approach number one was pretty fast, because the vector databases are actually quite fast, but it have horrible accuracy and would hallucinate like crazy. So the users had very bad feedback for us about this system, and some of them never came back, unfortunately, to use the system ever again. The approach number four, where basically we had these graph-based relationships between the contents, had much better accuracy, but it would hallucinate quite frequently, because it would basically go too deeply into one of the graphs and get to something that was not necessarily relevant anymore. And the approach number 7, which is the last one, is it gives basically perfect accuracy, more or less, and nothing is perfect, but about 90% of the time, the content that is pulled in and the response that the AI gives based on that content is very, very accurate, because it has the precise amount and the type of context that it needs to respond to a certain task. Another thing that happens because of all of this, and this is very relevant to the topic of this whole conference, is the general user experience that comes out of this. If you don't have design budget, in the past you would go to Fiverr and try to hire an overseas designer to help you with your product, which would sometimes lead to pretty good results, but more often than not, it would lead to subpar results, because, as we all know, being cheap never actually ends up being cheap. But the way it would usually work, especially in bigger companies, you would hire a designer. The designer would then do some user experience research and some user interface research. Then they will build a prototype in something like Figma. And then a team of developers would come in and actually build that product out. Ain't nobody got time for that, though. So now the way we do it is with a ton of A/B testing, where basically the development team builds some prototypes, usually a couple of them, 2 or 3, puts those prototypes in front of different users, preferably different, like very mixed user groups. And there are lots of solutions for this. Most of the time, it's feature flags in systems like PostHawk or Growthbook, or basically something else, some other A/B testing system or feature flag system. And basically, you see what sticks. You see what gives you a better conversion, what solves the problems of the users better, where you get better feedbacks, and so on and so forth. However, all this leads to what I like to call a speed paradox. So, as I've talked about in the past, there is a much lower risk budget risk specifically per experiment, because you can make those much faster. However, this leads to the users being put like a subpar solution being put in front of the users, which will lead to a bunch of them hating you as a company and as a product, and potentially never coming back. Some of them would end up actually loving you because the version number 3 or version number 300 that you've put in front of them actually solves their problems. The feedback loop is much faster. Again, if something is not right, you will know about that. You will know about that in all the possible channels, starting from email and ending up on Reddit, which is good, but not perfect sometimes, because sometimes you don't want to have this like super immediate feedback, and you want for people actually to try things for a little bit longer. You get much more shots at the goal, which usually leads to more goals, but again, not always. Making 7 different bad variations is much worse than building one good variation. And fail fast becomes fail cheap. Not actually cheap, because the time spent is maybe not the same. It's usually a little bit lower. However, sometimes it's even higher. And I would say, and from what I've seen over the longer course of time, it sort of averages out. Yeah, but in general, it's very good, right? Rainbows and unicorns. This is AI generated, by the way. But yeah, it's not actually that, to be honest, because in reality, this like over-reliance on AI systems is actually controversial. Let's call it that. We stop thinking about what we're building, and we stop thinking about how we're building it, because AI just knows, right? And we start shipping the things that we are not very well aware of how they work. We start shipping the code that you can't necessarily follow because it's either poorly written, which is which is the case quite often, or it is just way overly complex for the problem that it's trying to solve, or it is very slow, again, for the problems that it's trying to solve. It's very hard to make the current AI systems write reliable code. And this, again, this over-reliance on AI has been kind of researched now a little bit, although all these studies that are coming out are very fresh and sometimes not very well peer-reviewed, or they are so controversial that people just fight over them. But sort of from the more reputable sources, there was an MIT study in 2023 that has shown that like over-reliance on AI in students decreases the problem-solving skills by 40%, which makes sense. If you are using some system to like completely do tasks for you, you will not know how to do those tasks. Stanford's research has also indicated that there is a very high there is a highly reduced ability to learn from the mistakes that you make, because again, these are not mistakes that you actually make. These are the mistakes that the AI makes. And then you spend either some time debugging it as a developer, or you just try it, it doesn't work, and you try again using the AI again. So how can you learn from a mistake that you don't know how it was made and you are not even trying? And even from the sort of industry leaders, where the Copilot, in this case, GitHub Copilots, developers struggle with debugging of AI-generated code, and it makes sense because it's hard to understand what's going on in something that you didn't write. You could say that if you are debugging the code of somebody else, like some other developer, even a human, you will struggle more than you would be debugging your own code. And this sort of leads to this thesis that we are outsourcing our thinking. And in my personal opinion, that's the last thing that you have to outsource. You can do a lot of things. You can automate a lot of tasks, but you should not completely forget about the fact that you still need to learn doing your job to stay relevant. This is manifested in these 4 core principles: that we are losing our debugging intuition, we are losing our architectural thinking, we don't think about performance all that much, because again, we just sometimes blindly trust the systems that we are using to write the code for us. And even more damningly, we completely forget about security. There have been a lot of pretty high-profile cases of different apps that were built in a very AI-assisted way, having a lot of security vulnerabilities. And I'm not going to point hands because, again, most of these cases are quite recent and don't have a conclusive, oh yeah, this is because the AI did it, type of type of answer. But I would assume that that would be kind of the case from what I've seen the AI systems write. We get this sort of false validation as well, because yeah, you can counter all this by, I can just ask AI to write the tests, right? Yes, right. But again, like the tests that don't cover the actual use cases and that don't cover the code in a sustainable way, in a thought out way, let's call it that, can't actually indicate that whether the code is good. It's like looking at code coverage in SonarQube and saying, oh, I have 90% of code coverage. That means my code is very good and it's very well tested. No, it's not. Sometimes it is, yeah, of course. But most of the time, from what I've seen, developers are just chasing the green tick without actually thinking too much about what they're testing. Yeah, and we sort of have also fallen into this trap of, yeah, if it works, it works, right? Yes, it might work in a short term, but it will not scale. And yes, I completely understand that in some cases, the scale is not necessarily all that relevant. For example, yeah, if you're building an app that is going to have 5 users, you probably don't have to worry about scale too much. But do you want to build a system that is going to have 5 users? No, you want to build a system that's going to have 5 million users. Again, coming back to this false validation, the security aspect of things, yeah, it might look good on the surface, but it's basically a bunch of slices of Swiss cheese stuck together, and if you don't have enough of those, you still have holes. And again, the tests don't necessarily indicate the quality of your code. It's important for you to ask yourself, are you still learning in this world? Because again, it's important for us to stay relevant, and with the companies increasingly trying to offload as much as possible into the AI, it's important for you to actually be better at it than the AI system is, right? So it is very important for you to keep learning. And there are sort of 4 core questions that you can ask yourself to understand whether you are actually still learning. Those are, can you rebuild it? Can you explain it? Can you debug it? And can you spot the problems that might have been missed? And these are usually very easy to answer. You basically just look at what the AI has built, and before clicking accept all, you think about it. And this kind of completely defies the principle of vibe coding, and that's not because I'm a software engineer. I'm completely opposed to it. I'm just completely opposed to it in the sense that I've mentioned before, with just outsourcing your thinking, which is not actually what you should do. I think that's pretty clear. The thinking is the last thing that you should be outsourcing. This might sound a bit stupid, but I really like that quote from one Reddit user that I've seen some time ago. I want robots and AI to wash my dishes, not do thinking for me. And that's exactly how I feel as well, because the thinking is one of the most important activities that you do as a human being. And you should not be trying to get rid of it completely. And this perfectly ties into one sort of a core concept that has been defined. Oh, I don't actually remember, but it was quite a long time ago, around 2010, I would say. So long before the boom of the LLMs. And that concept is the simplicity versus ease. And you might have heard this very famous talk by Rich Hickey called Simple versus Easy. And there he basically defines that these two terms are not equivalent. The simple is one concept, one task, kind of like on this little AI generated illustration that we have here. And easy is something that you do very quickly, but not necessarily very correctly. And this perfectly ties into the concepts that I just talked about, where basically most of the AI generated code becomes either a maintenance burden. It leaves you with knowledge gaps where you are trying to rely on the system to fix the problem for you, where you don't actually know what the problem is. It leads to this sort of decision paralysis where you have 7 options. Which one is the best? They are all kind of easy, right? But not necessarily. And there is a simple fix to this one, actually, which is, just test it, right? And see what works best. And it gives you this sense of false confidence where you are not thinking about what you're shipping. You are just shipping the feature that might work, might not work. And coming back to the points that I talked about, where you have to sort of self-check all the time. You have to be able to explain how it works. You have to be able to debug without asking the AI for help. You should not be building millions of dependencies into your project to solve trivial tasks, or you have to understand where bringing in a dependency is worth it, versus it's not. For example, if you need to template in 2 strings into another string, maybe you don't need handlebars to do that. You can just write a simple replacer for that. And if you need a bunch of additional config for your simple feature, right? And your code base grows to immense sizes without you actually understanding what's in it. And coming back to the questions again, can I understand this? Will I need this in 6 months? Which is also a very important thing. Again, this comes back to A/B testing. Maybe something that you've built, and that's not something that works for the users and solves their actual problems. You should think about then diving deeper into and redoing yourself. But before that, you need to understand, does it actually solve the right problem? Is the complexity essential or accidental? Coming back to my context engine example from the beginning, the complexity was actually essential. And that last version was primarily built by me, not by an agent, right? But the previous ones were generated for like a very large chunk of it at least. And yeah, by doing these tests, we've come to the point where we understand that the complexity is essential, so we build a complex system. Yeah, I've rambled for quite a while now, so I guess it's time to wrap up a little bit. And for the end of it, I'm going to give some sort of summary thoughts, right? So what you're trading the speed with which you can build systems for the understanding of those systems. You're trading the convenience of doing something, again, very quickly and with minimal input from your own brain for learning and understanding what it actually is. You are trading these sort of easy systems and easy wins for simple systems and sustainable code. And short-term productivity, yes, you get a lot of short-term productivity for long-term capabilities. And yeah, sort of 3 practices, coming back to what I said before, is the rebuild, the teach, and the simplicity check. The rebuild test is simple. Can you rebuild this? And again, coming back to what I said before, if something is essential to your business and you by different methods, by research or A/B testing, you've come to the point where you understand that this is the primary point, you should try to maybe rebuild it yourself or see if what was built by the agent may actually make sense. The teach test, where you trying to explain it to someone, your colleague or your intern, it doesn't really matter. And the simplicity, where you try to understand whether something is the complexity level that it should be. And yeah, use the AI as a tool, not as a substitute for thinking, and optimize for that thinking, optimize for understanding, and not just trying to output as much code as humanly possible. So yeah, on that note, thank you everybody for listening. Have a good rest of your day, whether it's the day, or have a good night if that's the night for you. Bye.